have, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and good morning, everybody, and welcome to this beautiful sunny day here in Wasaga Beach, our May 15th council meeting, and item number one is 1.1, land acknowledgement, and I'll turn it over to Councillor DeLeo. Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. The town of Wasaga Beach acknowledges it is located upon the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people of the Three Fires Confederacy. We also acknowledge that the people of the Wyandot Nation also inhabited these lands. We acknowledge that these nations were sovereign nations existing before the arrival of settlers. We respect the spiritual interconnection among these nations to the land and to the water. We also acknowledge that waterways near us have a long history predating European arrival. Since time immemorial, waterways were the lifeblood of the indigenous people by trade and hunting routes. We are dedicated to inclusivity of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people in our future stewardship of the land and the longest freshwater beach in the world. In the spirit of reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity of learning to be sustainable caretakers of the land and waterways for all future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magwitch. Now moving on to item number 2 in the agenda is proclamations, and we have none today. Item number 3, disclosure of pecuniary interest. We do have one today from Councillor Timms, item 10.5, the Farmers Market. Thank you for that, Councillor Timms. And if anyone else feels at any point throughout the meeting you have a pecuniary interest, please let us know at that time. Under item number 4, the adoption of the agenda, the recommended motion.
Your Worship, I apologize. Councillor Timms, if you can just provide a high overview, please.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Timms.
I'm feeling great. Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to declare a conflict of interest on this matter because my spouse is currently considering becoming a market vendor, and this matter might affect vendor policies or participation. While there is no current pecuniary interest, I am recusing myself from the discussion and vote to maintain transparency and avoid any perception of a conflict. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor Timms. And the next item, as I said, adoption of the agenda. The recommended motion is that the contents of the agenda for May 15, 2025 be approved as circulated. Any questions or comments from Council on this? Mover and a seconder for this, please. Councillor Belanger and Councillor Eagle. All in favour? That carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 5, the approval of the minutes in the regular council meeting of April 24, 2025. And the recommended motion is that the minutes of the council meeting held April 24, 2025 be adopted as circulated. Questions or comments on that? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder, please. Deputy Mayor Snell, Councillor Timms. All in favour? That carries unanimously. Item number 6 is public meetings. We have none today. And item number 7 is presentations. And today we have with us our good friends Michael Lacroix, who is the President and CEO of the Collingwood General Marine Hospital, and Jory Pritchard Kerr, President and CEO of the Collingwood General Marine Hospital Foundation. They're in attendance today to present to Council the CGMH Strategic Plan and the CGMH Foundation Fundraising Campaign. Jory, Michael, welcome. Come on forward, grab a seat. I'm going to ask you to push the silver button in the center of your mic, and the floor is yours when you're ready. Good to see you both.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. I really appreciate this opportunity to present our new strategic plan from the hospital's perspective, a new ambitious and bold 5-year strategic plan, as well as a massive, ambitious $100+ million capital campaign that will bring a new state-of-the-art hospital to South Georgian Bay. So before we talk about that future hospital and the exciting campaign, we thought we'd talk a little bit about today's hospital, which is serving one of the fastest growing regions not only in the province, but also across Canada. And you can see here based on this map, although centrally located in Collingwood, very proximal to our service area of Clearview, as well as the town of Wasaga Beach and the town of Blue Mountains, as well as some areas of Grey Highlands. And this fast growing population really translates to higher volumes. And this is an example from our last fiscal year, which ended March 31st. We're seeing some record numbers, record emergency department visits, almost at 40,000 visits. That's an 8% increase from the previous year. We're seeing a high growth in our surgical procedures, up 4% from the previous year at 6,100 surgical procedures. So a very strong, robust orthopedics program at CGMH. We also are seeing quite a large increase in our diagnostic imaging, and we anticipate that that's going to continue to grow as service demand grows as well. We are offering a new MRI service this fall, which is an exciting new service that we'll be offering to the South Georgian Bay region for the first time, reducing that travel burden to either Barrie or Owen Sound. And currently we are an 84-bed hospital, and again, almost 1,200 CGMH team members comprised of employees, professional staff, our physicians, midwives, as well as quite a robust volunteer base, which seems to be growing every week, which is amazing to see. And you can see here on the screen the Wasaga Beach numbers from last fiscal year as well. So when we take that opportunity to look at the hospital of tomorrow, it's a very, very exciting future, not only for the hospital, but for the residents and visitors of South Georgian Bay. We'll be going from an 84-bed hospital to a 132-bed hospital. All of these rooms will be private rooms, really designed to enhance privacy, comfort, and improved infection prevention and control. We'll have a new inpatient rehab program as well, approximately 16 beds, providing intensive short-term rehab for patients with diverse medical needs. We'll be expanding specialty clinics. We'll have an oncology satellite program, and through partnership with the Royal Victoria Hospital in Barrie, a new pain management clinic, a new heart function clinic as well. All of our diagnostic imaging and surgical services will effectively be doubling in size, so increased OR capacity, increased diagnostic capacity as well. And a very exciting opportunity, we're starting a bit of this today, but we will really have the space to be able to provide interprofessional education and have a dedicated innovation center. And what this means is really high fidelity simulation labs, cutting edge technology, really advancing healthcare training and collaboration here locally in South Georgian Bay. So we don't just wake up tomorrow and find this new hospital on our doorstep. It's going to take a lot of thought and effort and commitment to make it happen. And that's really our next strategic plan over the next 5 years, is to build tomorrow today. So the way we're going to do that is really focusing on 3 core areas, 3 priorities. The first is to elevate quality through best practice, focusing on things such as enhancing the patient and family experience, as well as advancing patient safety and access to care. So what success looks like for us in 2030, we will have increased patient and family satisfaction, we'll have exceeded provincial wait time targets for diagnostic imaging, surgery, and emergency care wait times. We'll also be recognized as a best practice spotlight organization, and we'll have introduced new programs and services. And as I mentioned earlier, that MRI service is soon to be a reality. The second but equally important area of focus is to develop a high-performing and inspired team. So we're focusing over the next 5 years on strengthening our culture, investing in our team members, and really scaling up the workforce. We're going to need to double the workforce in the next decade to meet the growing needs of our population and to really fill out the full service of the new state-of-the-art hospital. So by 2030, we will have high levels of team engagement and satisfaction. We'll have retained and attracted high-performing and inspired team members. We'll have developed an organizational development program and strategy where we focus on leadership competencies, clinical skill sets, continuous improvement and change management. And we'll also have developed a robust recruitment strategy for not only tomorrow, but also for today. And last but not least, we know that we can't do nothing over the next 8 years. Yes, we're planning that new hospital build, but we also have to make ends meet in the current environment. So that's really focusing on how do we expand existing programs and services, how do we prioritize clinical space in our building. So by 2030, success will look like, obviously, we'll have broken ground on the new state-of-the-art hospital. In fact, that'll be done in the fall of 2028. But we'll also have increased existing space for key clinical programs and services. Areas like our emergency department, our inpatient capacity, our ICU. These are areas that we know we need to grow internally in the next number of years before the new hospital arrives. And last but not least, we know we have to expand key diagnostic services. We'll be doubling our mammography in the next few years. As I said, again, adding an MRI service as well. So these are the focused areas to help create capacity. In addition to those 3 priorities, we also have 4 areas that are always on, always a focus. We're always looking through these lenses: health analytics and technology, health partnerships and community engagement, inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility, and last but not least, financial and environmental sustainability. So that is our new strategic plan, Tomorrow's Built Today. At this time, I'll ask Jory to speak to the exciting capital campaign.
Thank you, Mike. Mayor Smith and Council, we're pleased to be here today, and I We have an adage at CGMH, we're out of space, but we are never out of hope. As Mike explained, the strategic plan for the hospital is about continuing to grow the services and live within that limited space for the next 8 years. Our fundraising campaign is focused on raising the capital today to build South Georgian Bay's Hospital of Tomorrow, a healthcare facility that will serve the people of your community for generations to come. Our vision for a new hospital builds upon the success of CGMH in providing excellent care for more than 70,000 full-time residents and millions of visitors and weekenders who enjoy the beauty of South Georgian Bay and depend on CGMH for care when they are here. As your municipality and so many others face difficulty in recruiting physicians, we want you to know that CGMH excels at delivering excellent health care in a rural environment. An hour away from the next regional hospital, our teams are trained and ready to handle any emergency, and we're focused on training the next generation of practitioners in the special skills required to provide top-notch medicine with less resources and infrastructure than would be found in larger centers. The new hospital will grow our ability to train with a specialized training and education center, as Mike alluded to. With a larger facility, we can expand our existing programs and build new programs that will benefit all of us. But of course, this does not come for free. A new state-of-the-art hospital will cost over $1 billion. The provincial government will invest money to cover 90% of the construction costs of the building, but they expect the people who will benefit from this new facility to raise what they call the local share. The local share is estimated at over $100 million, and it consists of 10% of construction costs, 100% of equipment and furnishings, and 100% of site development. Our Tomorrow's Hospital campaign launched publicly in April. It is the most ambitious and the most important campaign South Georgian Bay has ever seen, and it will take all of us to successfully reach the goal. Over $65 million has already been raised through generous donors and local government, but we still have a long way to go. We are very grateful to this council and councils that preceded you for your support in our request to Simcoe County in 2017 for a $20 million grant from the county to support this program, and that's part of the $65 million we've already raised. This financial support is an important investment in the hospital that Wasaga Beach residents need and deserve. In closing, we want you to know that it's the work we do today as a hospital and a community that will give us the healthcare facility that will serve our families, friends, and neighbors for generations to come. As a hospital and a region, we need to make this project the very highest priority. Thank you so much for your time this morning, and we would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you very much, Michael and Jory. Clearly, you've done this before. That was very succinct, to the point, and well put together. First of all, Michael, thank you for your leadership. I can tell you that your leadership is showing in all aspects of that hospital. I hear from folks all the time. They see positive change there, which is great, so thank you for that. And to Jory, thank you for your leadership. I like to embarrass you a little bit every time we meet now. As you may know or may not know, Council, Jory is getting ready to retire after 37 years with the foundation, and has been absolutely a phenomenal pillar in the organization in making sure that it runs successfully every single day, and that she is out there in the pockets of whomever, whenever she can, to make that happen. And Jory, I can't say enough about your hard work and dedication. So congratulations, and I know the individual that is coming is going to do a great job, but some big sandals to fill, and the best of luck as you move into the next stage of your life. We appreciate what you've done.
Thank you so much.
Members of council, questions or comments? Councillor White.
Yeah, just a comment. Great presentation. I'm very much looking forward to the expansion of the hospital. My daughter not only delivered in that hospital, but also your co-op student this year from CCI. So she loves her co-op position there this year for sure. Doctor recruitment is an important aspect. Can you just share us a little bit of how you are doing with doctor recruitment and what that looks like?
Yeah, so as we're coming to find over the last number of years, doctor and physician recruitment is a team sport. Everyone has to be part of it, municipalities, the hospital, even our current existing physicians, we all have a role to play. The hospital has a long-standing relationship with the Rural Ontario Medical Program. In fact, they're right across the hall from us in our admin building, and they do an amazing job to bring students to all areas, rural areas of the province, but in particular, we have an advantage because a lot of students are placed up here in South Georgian Bay. So that has been a helpful strategy to us. Doesn't mean that the doctor shortages do not impact us, they do, but there is ongoing effort to always renew and recruit new physicians. But it is an opportunity for us as a collective, group of municipalities and hospital and primary care to work together to help retain, but then also recruit new physicians coming out. And there's some work at the provincial level, I'm sure a lot of folks have heard as well, a real focus from the province to make sure that everyone has primary care access. So.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Eagle.
Thank you, and through your worship, thank you both very much for that. And I think every one of us here have had a close association with the hospital and really appreciate everything. I can speak personally. I did have a granddaughter that was your co-op student, and I was amazed at the things she learned and was taught and exposed to in that program. Absolutely amazing. So I do have one question, and I'm not sure, it may be in there somewhere. In the plans for the future, is there any thought or perhaps there for a memory care section?
So not specifically, but this is where the ongoing planning over the next number of years allows us to look at all different levels of programs and services. We will have a sizable ambulatory care area in our hospital, and most of the programs have been well thought out. Some of them will be continuing on from the existing hospital operations, but there's always those opportunities to look at additional services that could be provided. So that, without any commitment, that could be a service that is considered as we move closer to the new hospital. But as of today, it's not in the existing plans.
Great, thanks. I'm glad I raised the question because this came across my plate just a couple of weeks ago, so I wasn't able to address it when you were at the Recplex. And I'm not going to go on about it, but it just really caught me. The global number of people living with dementia is projected to rise from over 55 million currently to over 139 million by 2050. And new cases of dementia are rising worldwide at a rate of roughly 1 every 3 seconds. That just shocked me. So that's all. As we're looking to the future, I appreciate this opportunity to raise that with you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eagle. Councillor Belanger.
Yes, thank you, through the mayor. First of all, thank you for the presentation, but also, you both have very big jobs, and you've done the Rotary presentation. I know you're going across the area and doing this presentation, and that's additional workload for you, and I thank you for that. I currently have a good friend and neighbor that is being released today after 10 days, being treated for cancer, and I can tell you, your challenges of space and everything in the hospital is very evident, and but he gives accolades every time I visit. And what might surprise a lot of people, he really thought that the food was good too, which is, the jokes about hospital food all the time, but they said if the disease don't kill you, the hospital food will. But he said it's fantastic, and anyhow, kudos to the job you do with the resources you have. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Seeing in the presentation, you noted 9,400 visits for mental health, significantly more than even for your surgical procedures. And we know statistically that, across Canada, mental health has tripled in its numbers, and representation since the pandemic. And I saw that mental health, inpatient mental health was a part of the new hospital plan. Can you sort of expand on that, what you're thinking, and specifically in regards to youth and adolescents, please?
Yes, happy to. So it is part of the plan, but it's the part of the plan that has not been approved yet. And so there is still work to be done. We are looking to have a 24-bed inpatient mental health unit. How that inpatient mental health unit is sort of broken down by the types of care provided, that's still to be determined. Pediatrics or youth may be something that still has to go outside of our current catchment area to RVH as an example, but some of those plans are still in development. We are growing our community-based program. Those 9,400 visits you cite, that's from our outpatient community program. And we've also recently launched what's called MAPS, and it's a mobile acute psychiatric service. And it's really, because we don't have inpatient mental health beds in our catchment area, it's almost creating virtual beds. And it's us going to our community and having them to have care provided in their own home. So not everyone is able to be a candidate for this program, but there are a number of individuals who can be. And it's our new model, innovative model of care that we're launching to help this population. So this is an area, as much as a lot of other areas we heard today, that is emerging and growing, and we have to be there with our community partners to meet the needs. So it's definitely on our radar, and we are doing as much as we can to advocate for services in the hospital, but more importantly as well, services outside of the hospital.
Thank you. As a follow-up, that makes me very happy to hear that, because I think there's a real opportunity in this new build to lead by example. I know RVH is overwhelmed. Dr. Reddy, as a youth psychiatrist, his plate is beyond full, and sometimes there's impact, I think, to families in gaps of services and response times and things like that. So it's, I hope that, the priority will also be to have a youth psychiatrist or psychiatrist period on staff so that you're able to address some of those pieces. I'd like to, obviously Wasaga Beach, you mentioned South Georgian Bay, it serves a big region. Are you keeping the name Collingwood General Marine Hospital, or are you thinking to maybe be something a little more inclusive to the area?
So this has been an ongoing conversation. We think there is a perfect opportunity with the new hospital development that opportunity to rebrand is absolutely there. So I'll leave it there for today, but it's something that has been actively discussed. And like I said, there's a perfect opportunity with a new building, new branding, new signage. So that's something that's definitely been in the works. And
I'm sorry. That's really good to hear, because it does serve the entire region. So that makes me happy. Obviously, you're here hoping that Wasaga Beach is able to contribute, as some of our other communities have made commitment. I'd like to put forward a motion to refer this back to staff to see what we can do to financially look at the options of being able to perhaps contribute $4 million to the construction and the build, if I could ask that of the clerk.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. So that would be a motion to refer, if you want to see if there would be a seconder.
Absolutely. Do you have someone to second that? Councillor White? All right, so we have a motion to refer this back to staff to come back with information for council on how we can make a donation of $4 million or better. To the Collingwood General Marine Hospital, or whatever that future name may be, just for you, absolutely. All right, you've heard the question. Could we have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? That carries unanimously. All right, any other questions or comments? I just have a couple then, seeing no one else. You had indicated that you will, as the new hospital comes on board and you work towards that you'll be looking at probably doubling the amount of staff. So you're currently around 1,200. You're going to see that new hospital in that 2,500 range?
Perhaps, yeah. So from an employee standpoint, upwards of about 1,200. The physicians, the numbers are not on top of mind, but there is a doubling. We do anticipate our volunteer base will grow exponentially over the next number of years. But looking at it from an employee standpoint, physician standpoint, there's a doubling of workforce that's required based on the service growth that we're expecting.
Thank you, Michael. And I bring that up because it's very important. We always look at the costs of healthcare. And, $1 billion for this hospital, and the doors will open somewhere around, I'm thinking, 2032, 33. But the positive is that here's another 1,200 plus well-paying jobs to our community. So that's really good to hear. Can't wait for the doors to open. It's exciting to hear we're getting a new hospital, and then so you hear that and you're on a high, and then but we won't open the doors till 2033. You go, oh. And I bring that up because again, I want to give accolades to the team. That hospital has past its prime many, many, many years ago, and you hold it together with bubblegum and duct tape. But you do a phenomenal job at doing it. It's clean, it's welcoming, as welcoming as a hospital can be. And again, I can't thank you both enough for your leadership and the work you do, and as well with the rest of the team and the doctors and nurses. So we do have a motion then that the presentation by Michael Lacroix and Jory Pritchard-Kerr to the Council pertaining to the Collingwood General Marine Hospital Strategic Plan and the Collingwood General Marine Hospital Foundation fundraising campaign be received. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Eagle. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Folks, thanks very much. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank
you.
All right. Moving on to item number 8 in the agenda is delegations, and we have none today. Item number 9 is government relations, and we have a few items here. The first one being 9.1, which is our beachfront update. And I believe we have Candace, Giuliano, Caitlin, and Sandra all going to come forward and speak to us on this. Who are we going to start with?
I'm happy to kick it off. We've got this lovely deck up here. Hello, good morning. So we'll just provide a quick update. We'll switch to slide 2, please. So we're going to start by going over special events, providing an update on special events. We will give you an update on communications and marketing, but also just some of the logistics and the operational things that are happening down at the beachfront. Okay. So just to start it off, with regards to special events and our summer lineup, of course, we did announce the summer lineup on April the 30th, and that was great. We really wanted to get ahead and get it out in April. So we're ahead of schedule in terms of last year and previous years, which was great. We had a lot of great earned media, CTV, and online coverage, which was excellent. How we have bundled it, of course, which we started to do last year, as you can see, is we bundle up all of our live music events, and that's what you see here on this collateral, which Candace will speak to in a moment. And also, I mean, there are more things, but that's what we've done, and this has really been what we've produced here to promote what's happening at Beach Area 1. So one of the big things that we're really pressing, obviously, this summer is that we're open for business. There is construction on Beach Drive. There's going to be some changes happening this summer, but Wasaga Beach is open for business, and we have a fun, jam-packed summer full of activities. So again, once again, here's your summer live music lineup. We're promoting the businesses that are around the beach, Beach Area 1, that offer food and recreational opportunities, as you can see here. And this is going to get rolled out into all of our communications and marketing, which I will speak to in just a minute, but I'll let Candace just elaborate a little bit, because there are some things that are not included on this list.
Thank you, Sandra. Candace, good morning.
Good morning. I guess in addition to the things that are not up there, we do have the multi-sport triathlon that we'll still be attending. There's a lot of shifting that'll be a little bit closer to Beach Area 2, as well as a not-so-pro volleyball tournament will be returning as well, and they are returning to Beach Area 2. In regards to the Canada Day celebration and the Memories of Summer, that is happening in the Playland parking lot. We have also, in addition to things not happening in the beach, there's definitely things happening elsewhere throughout the community. So we still have the Seniors Info and Active Living Expo coming up, the Wasaga Beach Cruisers Poker Run, and their annual Cruise Fest happening at Klondike Sports Park. And Rockin' the River will be back again for another year, in addition to the lineup that Sandra's just mentioned, in addition to the weekly entertainment that we have going out throughout the summer.
Excellent. And so for each of these events, we will have a news release, we will have a media pitch for each event, and then the social media campaign that follows. One of our main strategies for all of our marketing communications, obviously, is earned media. It doesn't cost us anything. All we have to do is talk about what we're doing, pitch it to the media, and get great broadcast, CTV, print coverage, and online as well. So to sustain this media coverage as we get closer and closer to the first day of summer, we are going to be very shortly announcing a Sounds of Summer Wasaga Beach playlist on Spotify, in which will basically echo this live music summer lineup and all of the great things that are happening at Beach Area 1 and throughout the community. We'll also be launching a summer marketing campaign, and we're very excited that this year is unique in that we will be extending our reach, and I know that Caitlin will speak to that in a moment. But of course, with the current climate and all of the emphasis on vacationing within Canada and within Ontario, we are definitely going to take advantage of that. Next slide. Next slide, please. That's just a screenshot up here on our deck, just showing how we announced the live music lineup for 2025. We have also obviously wrapped in some of the great things that are happening with Wasaga Beach Sports and Entertainment as well, so everything that you need to know to plan your summer in Wasaga Beach. Next slide, please. So just overall, a quick snapshot of our marketing communications for this summer. As you can see, we've got a wonderful graphic completed by our incredible graphic designer, Kyle, which is going to get launched, I believe, next week. But as I mentioned, we have produced a Beach Area 1 summer fun map. So for the first time, again, just to be very clear about how you can access Beach Area 1, what activations are going to be there, and all that good stuff. It's digital, it will also be in print, and those will be provided to our beachfront ambassadors and also at various kiosks around the community. We are running print ads, of course, Beach Booster. I'll let Caitlin speak a little bit more to that. We will make full use of our slat signs. We are running paid paid social media campaigns. The mayor, obviously, your worship, will be providing updates, as we usually do, on the peak in 97.7 to get some radio. And of course, once again, our main focus really our main focus is on earned media, so really getting that broadcast and media coverage by simply promoting what's happening and developing those relationships and pitching great stories to media. I'm just going to pass it over to Caitlin just to chat a little bit more about what we're doing with RTO 7 and also about our exciting new billboard campaign.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So I'll start with the digital marketing campaign that we do every year for every season throughout the year. So the summer digital campaign will also have an increased budget this year. It's always run through Aber, so that's a marketing agency that we work with every year. And they were introduced to us through RTO 7. And it goes on platforms like Meta, which includes Facebook and Instagram. And then last fall, we introduced TikTok as well. So you'll see the ads come up on that platform. And they perform very well. And then we also have Google Ads as well. And so the areas that we target include the GTA and Hamilton area, London, Niagara region, Kitchener, Waterloo, the Guelph area, and then we also target Montreal, Quebec as well. And then there's more than that as well. I won't go into everything, but those are our main areas. And then we've also applied to RTO 7 for an increased budget. We haven't heard back from that grant quite yet, but we're hoping to soon. So once we do hear back, we can put that increased budget into the campaign that's currently running. And then as for the billboard that Sandra mentioned, this is a campaign through Canada Travel and Lifestyle magazine. So we'll be having a 10-second static commercial run on the Expedition Place screen on the Gardiner Expressway for 1 week from June 30th to July 6th. So along with it, there'll also be a full-page ad in the Canada Travel and Lifestyle magazine, inserted and delivered to subscribers of the Globe and Mail, National Post, and Toronto Star. And so they have subscribers across Ontario, and it'll be delivered on June 19th, and it has over 100,000 readers and over 50,000 print copies. So I'll throw it back to you, Sandra.
Great. Up on the screen as well, you'll see that we have our main billboard here in town at Main and Beck, where a lot of the traffic that's heading towards Beach Area 1. We'll see also what is on our summer lineup in terms of live music, so that's our new design for this year. I just want to flip back to 2 slides, if you could. And I just want to show you, so this is the map that we have created. As you can see, it shows Beach Area 1. Now, this is a living, breathing document because I do understand that there will be, still needs to be a pre-construction meeting related to the beachfront construction, but this is where things stand right now. So it's very easy for our visitors and our residents to see where things will be happening on the beachfront, where stages will be set up, where the midway will be set up for now. If anything changes, obviously we'll communicate that with the public. We'll update the map and we'll make sure that that gets circulated. But if you flip to the next slide, please. So that was the front side, and then this is the back side. So as you can see, everything's numbered, and then you can go and flip it over and find what you're looking for. Next slide, please. We spoke to the billboards. Next slide, please. We did mention that we would also be running print ads, so this is just some other collaterals, and of course we have our tourism guide as well that the tourism team produces. Next slide. Great, and so just moving on to our,
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to add, so all our print collateral is also being distributed to more than 35 tourism info centers and attractions across Simcoe County. And new this year, we're also going to be distributing to 60 tourism information centers along the Highway 401 corridor from Sarnia to Ottawa and then into Quebec. Thank you.
amazing, so important. Next slide, please. Okay, and now we're going to just conclude with a quick update on amenities, demo, and operations at the beachfront. So we can confirm that obviously the provincial washrooms at Spruce Street and 3rd Street are open. The town has at least 20 portable amenities that are going to be installed at the Playland parking lot and 2nd Street by end of day on Friday, so that they're in place in time for the long weekend. And of course, the 2 accessible self-cleaning washrooms are on order, and they are expected to arrive in June. Update on the demo, so it is nearing completion, and I understand that the DART is going to start next week. The area has been cleaned up quite nicely, though. If you haven't driven by lately, it's looking very nice. Food trucks and beach bars, so staff are in discussions with 4 food trucks that would, the intention would be for them to be in the Playland parking lot. Those discussions continue. Of course, with regards to beach bar, I know there has been some chatter. They are on our map right now at the moment, and of course, staff are working to make it possible for beach bar to operate down at the beach this summer. However, it is contingent on pre-construction meeting once the RFP for Beach Drive has been awarded. So we continue to be in close contact with the owners and look forward to providing some clarity very shortly. The Wasaga sign, as many already know, has been successfully relocated to accommodate the construction that will begin on Beach Drive, and that, of course, is at our main intersection, Eastern Gateway, as you come into town and right before you turn off onto Main Street, so it's looking great. And maintenance update, just letting everyone know that Public Works crews have been busy working to get Beach Drive and Beach Area 1 ready for this weekend, and it looks looking fantastic.
All right, thank you very much, Sandra. While we're here, you had mentioned that the DART will be starting demolition next week, and so I'm going to look to Giuliano just to give us an update on how everything's going there. Giuliano?
Everything's progressing, maybe a little bit slowly, but the DART, as you said, will start coming down. The structure of the building will start coming down next week. We have been working on the interior of the structure, separating materials, and hopefully it will be a smooth demolition. We have planned that we'll be keeping some of sections of the trusses, and some of the flooring is part of the contractor's responsibility to separate some of that for us, and hopefully it will come down sooner than later, and we'll be on to a new build soon.
All right, great. I had the opportunity to do a tour of the interior of the DARD yesterday afternoon with Giuliano, and again, I can't say enough how impressed I am with the contractor and how, I mean, people think nothing's been happening, but the DARD, I mean, they've been working away inside there, and the amount of time and effort they spend on separating this material, so, you know, copper goes to one vendor and aluminum to another and drywall to one site, and is really quite impressive. And basically, it's not just all going in a landfill somewhere where we'll have to deal with it, you know, years and years from now. It's being done and done well and done properly. And I understand that, you know, with winter as it was, it is taking a little longer, but again, it's not holding us up on the construction of Beach Drive or moving forward in any way, shape, or form. So I think we're in good shape there. All right, thank you, Giuliano. Questions or comments for staff on any of these matters? Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship. And to Caitlin, I'm really impressed with the collateral after seeing a really early example when it wasn't really full and filled in. I was worried about it, and it looks wonderful. I do have a question. Is a slat sign a mobile sign? Is that what you're referring to when you talk about slat signs?
So through you, Mayor Smith, I'll just comment on the map. I just wanted to say Sandra and Kyle were the ones that did the bulk of the work, so I definitely think they deserve the credit. But going to the slat signs, so the ones that we were referring to in the presentation, those are the ones that you see as you come into town, and then they have the ad that's on top. That's right now the winter bike, but it'll be switched over soon. And then we have the slats underneath that explain the events that are coming up in town. But then we also utilize our Curbex signs as well. And so you see those around town, and they're definitely a lot more impactful. But those will be switched out as we go through each event throughout the summer.
Thank you, Caitlin. You answered my question about when will those signs be switched out, because the one that I see quite often by the traffic circle still has our winter messaging, and it would be great to update that. So that is wonderful. Great reach with the marketing, very impressive reach. That should be drawing people. I wondered about the comment about the mobile or the digital sign on the Gardner Expressway. Did I get that's what was said? It looked really busy. Is it going to be less or only part of what that slide was?
So through you, Mayor Smith, so the billboard is still in draft design. I think it was the top image. If you wanted to speak to it, Sandra, about the design, that'd be great.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a mock-up that shows the sign on the road. And so we've swapped it in, but just for clarity's sake, the slide that we shared with you today had 2 billboards on it, right? So it's only one of those. It'd be the one at the top.
Thank you. Thank you for that great update.
Thank you, Councillor. Next is Councillor Ego.
Thank you, and through your worship. Well, the beach is certainly open for business, I tell you. I don't think we've ever had so much advertising. But I, by chance, saw your summer fun map yesterday. A resident asked me a question. I thought, well, I'll see if I can find anything on the web, and it was right there. And I was so excited, number one, that I found it, and that I saw this new advertising you're doing. It's brilliant. It's so readable, and to see now that it's a living document, it'll be changed. So thank you for that. I think that is so easy. I will push that out as often as I can. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ego. Next is Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. Digital parking passes are being renewed as we speak, and I just want to know, where can people park this year? I know that there's been a lot of changes, a lot of things moving around, and if somebody could just get that out in the open, that'd be great.
Who's going to tackle that one? Sandra?
I'm happy to. So I will tell you that on our summer fun map, you can see all of the municipal and provincial parking lots where you can park at this time. Depending on the pre-construction meeting, if things change and lots do end up needing to close, we'll obviously be communicating that and updating the map and ensuring that that's online. And the other thing is, as well, is our team for sure is working with Bylaw at the moment to update our parking web page. And so just to make it easier to read and to make it easier to find. So that is next on our list as soon as we launched our summer fun map, is to update the parking page. So that is a priority for us.
All right, thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, through the mayor. First of all, I want to thank you because there's, we go through a few slides, but there's an amazing amount of work here. And before we can do the marketing, those 30 events had to be scheduled and arranged, and that is an unbelievable amount of work that's done. I'll tell you, this term of council, I couldn't be more proud of our staff and what's being accomplished. It's amazing. I do have one suggestion, and again, it could be discarded because opinions, what they're like. But when I drove by the new positioning of the sign today, it doesn't stand out quite the same way as when the background is the bay. And I would really like at some point that we do an artist rendition, as we did before, of the new development completed. And if we were to erect a billboard behind the Wasaga sign, with the bottom half being either plain white or black, it would make the sign pop, but on the top a rendition of what we're building. I think between now and the time we complete construction, it'll be very exciting for people to be able to visualize the end result. If there's one thing, as I talk to people, there's a real misconception of what the end product is going to look like. I keep explaining, in my personal opinion, and you can correct me if staff want to jump in, but it's going to be similar to the Village of Blue, but with a very beachy kind of atmosphere. Like, people hear about a hotel and 4 buildings and townhouses, and they think that we're creating this huge residential complex, but that's exactly what the Village of Blue is, and it has a beautiful courtyard, and we'll have Festival Square, and there'll be all kinds of little enclaves and little spots. We haven't even gotten to public art and everything. So, if that could be a consideration at some time in the future, I'd be excited about that too, but not to take away from the amazing work that's been done, because it's incredible.
Mr. CAO, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, we can certainly take that under consideration. As well, I just wanted to share that the temporary relocation of the Wasaga sign, it's not complete yet. So there is landscaping going in. Kevin, I believe there's some trees that will be behind the sign, so that will give it a bit of a better backdrop, so it'll pop a little bit more. I actually found, when I approached it, I actually found it quite noticeable because it's elevated. So when correct, so of course, well, we can't bring the bay up, but we will have some landscaping behind, so it will look quite attractive. There you go. The other comment I would make, it's always difficult for people to visualize off a plan or off a drawing. The best thing we're going to have happening this summer is there's going to be buildings being built. So when Stonebridge, Mark Crow start to have those buildings coming out of the ground, people will be able to go stand beside them, touch them, go inside them, hopefully buy an ice cream cone from the ground floor commercial. So I think that's really what people want to see, is something coming out of the ground. So that is on the way this summer for sure.
All right, thank you, Sandra.
Yeah, excuse me, through you, Your Worship. I will also say, though, Joe, from a very visual and creative point of view, we are absolutely on it as well, and I will give you a sneak peek. We do have a web page set up at wasagabeach.com. It's not public yet. You can go there now, but we haven't announced anything. wasagabeach.com/imagine. And so that is going to be the home of where we do put visual renditions and sort of paint a picture of what we're doing here and giving people a real emotional feeling about what's coming. So from my perspective, just trying to make sure that we're doing a good job communicating that. You can go there now. It's wasagabeach.com/imagine. We haven't built it out yet, but it's going to be where we do all that fantastic stuff.
Everything.
All right, next is Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Worship, through you. I am so incredibly impressed and pleased with this year's lineup. It feels like it's all come together and it's in sync, and the visuals are stunning, and the retro vibe really resonates and comes through. So congratulations, first and foremost, on that. I was just curious because, of course, the mayor and I sit on county, and Tourism Simcoe County is launching this new Made in Simcoe campaign, and they're also doing a microbreweries focus in their marketing collab. What is the relationship there, and how do they support us in our efforts in getting the message out to the region, please?
Sure. So through you, Mayor. So we meet with Tourism Simcoe quite often. I meet with them on just regularly on different projects, and they provide us updates on those projects that we're working on. I have made submissions to those programs that you're talking about, like the Made in Simcoe, and then also the Cycle Simcoe as well. And we've also paid for advertisements and all of their collateral. So we do keep a strong relationship with Simcoe County, and we're meeting more and more too, because if we are to proceed with municipal accommodation tax, we're looking at them as the entity to receive the funds that we need to provide to a DMO. So we've been in contact quite a bit.
Sandra?
I just wanted to add also that Caitlin and I have also reached out and been in contact with Destination Ontario, and they have welcomed us to send content as well. So in terms of promoting Wasaga Beach through their social media channels, so we'll be pursuing that as well this summer.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up. If there's anything that Mayor Smith and I can do at the county level in regards to all of our great partners and relationships there to help distribute collateral to the various municipalities and separated cities, then we would be more than happy to do that, or at least provide the connection.
Caitlin.
Thank you. So we are actually already working with Simcoe County as well for collateral distribution. So they're handling everything the 40 attractions and visitor information centers. We've provided everything to them already. So no need to carry around this collateral for us, but we're happy to give it to you if you'd like it. But yeah, they have everything and they're distributing it.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. I did have a question that I forgot to ask about the movies after dark. I just wonder about the location and how the team arrived at selecting that spot, and how we're going to market that so people really understand where it is, the old library site.
I can answer that through Your Worship. So we are going to be having Movies Under the Stars at 120 Glenwood Drive, so just across the street where our office is now. We decided on that location just because with the beach, it wasn't going to work this year. We like the idea that there's a public washroom there that we can have open, staff letting people in and out. There's the park just across the street here that people can utilize until the movies are ready to start. Yeah, we'll be marketing it individually as well. Like we have our weekly lineups. We will announce it all together, but we will also do coming this week. This is what our week looks like. We have a template that we've been using since last year that we'll continue to use. So at the beginning of every week, it'll say this is everything that's happening this week, and it will focus more on the weekly things like our summer sets, the music in the park, or Movies Under the Stars, and maybe specialty things that are happening at the farmers market that week.
All right, thank you. Councillor Belanger.
Yeah, sorry to bother you again. I just Well, it may be a little premature right now, but I think one of the focus, when I talk to residents about the redevelopment all the time, I believe we're going to end up with the absolute best restaurants and cafes with views of the bay in all of South Georgian Bay. It's something that's really missing right across the south end of the bay, as there's very little spots that you can really sit and enjoy the view. There's one summer deck, but if you're in the restaurant, you're looking through the feet of the deck and over a parking lot and a marina. And I think it's going to be a huge draw right across South Georgian Bay for people to come and utilize those establishments. So we're probably not there yet to really make a big splash about that, but.
Mr. CAO?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to put out a little teaser for next Wednesday, and I believe Peter Gribben is behind me. The Wasaga Beach Ratepayer Association will be holding a meeting next Wednesday evening at the Remax Room at the new Twin Pad Arena Library. We are going to have the senior folks from Sunray in attendance, and they'll be describing what their vision is for their hotel. And I'm very confident they will talk about restaurants, cafes, et cetera, the type of retail that they see coming. So for those interested, I'd really encourage people to come out to that meeting.
Thank you, Andrew. Any other questions or comments from members of council? All right, seeing none, sorry. Oh, Sandra?
Through you, Your Worship, I just wanted to conclude on something, and that is that we have launched our summer lineup. We are actively promoting all of our events already on the Explore Wasaga Beach social media channels. I guess I would just like to leave it with an ask to council that we are producing a lot of digital content right now. We are on Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn. And just a call for you to help us by just simply sharing our posts, sharing our content. You are our best ambassadors. And so just a call to ask you to please keep an eye on your social media, and anything you can do as well to share the great news would be tremendously helpful.
Excellent, great point. Thank you, Sandra, for that. Are we advertising in the northern states, New York, Michigan, Ohio? Are we doing anything in that area yet? We used to get a ton of visitors from that area, and I know that there used to be advertising that went that far out. And I think that although many of us don't want to be going south of the border, we want their dollars here. So if not this year, perhaps something to consider in future.
Through you, Your Worship. Yeah, so we've definitely been focusing on extending our reach into the GTA and then out to Quebec. But it's certainly something that Sandra and I will look into.
Excellent, thank you very much. It's, I think what's important to mention is, and this is a jab at council for sure, but, I hear from councilors all the time, they speak to me or they call my office or they email me, what's going on, what are we doing with this, what are we doing? And I always have to say, first of all, our job is to govern. It's not to manage and run the day-to-day, but believe me, staff are on it. And a lot of those questions are often about summer events and where are we at. And so the great news is council can see here today that when I tell you that, our staff are on it, they're on it. And, always got to remember, and I like to brag about this to the general public, that, what we do in Wasaga Beach, we do with a lot less staff than any other municipality our size. A very close friend municipality very close to us has about 80 staff more than we do, and they're actually slightly smaller than we are. And so this is a compliment to our staff that, again, a lot of work, as you can see, has gone behind this and this alone. Never mind everything else that we do on a day-to-day basis to keep, the wheels turning on this bus that is getting bigger and bigger. And so kudos to staff, and be rest assured, not only council, but to the general public that, we're not perfect. And have we made mistakes? Yes. And will we make more? I can guarantee it. But we have a staff complement in this community that is invested, that eats, breathes, sleeps, drinks Wasaga Beach, the longest freshwater beach in the world. We couldn't be more proud of them. And we're very excited. We've got lots of more great news coming your way in the very near future, and stay tuned. And what I would say is, we hear often from people, I didn't know about this and I didn't know about that, and you've just got to go on the town's webpage or call us at the town, and we'll give you all the avenues that you can use in order to know what's happening. And I would say, if you don't know something's happening, you haven't done your homework, because it's a busy and very active community that has a lot of things on the go. And so hopefully everyone will start to just sign up to our on our webpage to receive all of our notifications, and it'll come to you just like all the advertisers out there wanting you to buy shoes and dresses and suits and widgets and gadgets. We'll send that to you on a regular basis, and if you're interested, you can have a look, and if not, you can delete it like everything else. But signing up for that is very important to know what's happening in your community. Sandra?
Last thing, I couldn't help myself. You mentioned the word bus, and I will just give a shout out to our amazing crew over at PW, Public Works. They will be putting the surfboards and SUPs on our buses by June 1st. So I just want to let everyone know.
No surprises there. I see Kevin's got a big smile on his face. He can hardly wait because he's got nothing else to do. But that's great news. Excellent. Thank you. And I can tell you, when we went down to Queen's Park, seems like a long time ago, but it was probably 5 months ago, 6 months ago, we took one of the buses, and while we were in Queen's Park all day long, different MPs, MPPs, many of the staff came up to us and said, we just seen your bus in the parking lot. That's a really cool bus. And what a great way to brand Wasaga Beach. So it does work, and it does look great, for sure. And if you're at Queen's Park with that bus, I can guarantee you stand out. All right. We'll now move on to item number 9.2, which is legislative updates. And this is with respect to 9.2.1, Bill 5, Protect Ontario by Unleashing Our Economy Act 2025. And I believe our Manager of Planning, our Director of Planning, Mr. Trevor Houghton, is going to do this. Trevor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of Council. Originally, we were just going to talk to you today about Bill number 5, give you an overview. However, as of Monday, we received word that there was another bill number 17, so I'll be doing a double whammy on you, unfortunately, today. I apologize in advance. I'm not going to be able to make eye contact with you while I'm doing this, because there's a lot to unpack here, so I have to read my notes, so apologies for that in advance. So firstly, we're going to talk about Bill 5, which is the Protect Ontario by Unleashing Our Economy Act 2025. And then I'll speak to you about Bill 17, which is Protect Ontario by Building Faster and Smarter Act 2025, which was announced on Monday. So regarding Bill number 5, that was announced on April the 17th. It's an omnibus bill which proposes changes related to development approvals, including streamlining the archaeological assessment and artifact protection process, replaces the Species at Risk Act and permitting requirements with a registration first approach instead. And thirdly, allowing the province to designate special economy zones, including geographic areas that would exempt projects from provincial legislation and regulations, including municipal bylaws. I should have predicated this by saying I tried to pick the things most relevant to Wasaga Beach. So the first one is amend the Ontario Heritage Act. So in essence, the amendment is related to improving the enforcement and compliance for archaeological resources. The amendment will provide new tools to improve enforcement and compliance and allow for exemptions to archaeological requirements where it could potentially advance a provincial priority. And those priorities include transit, housing, health and long-term care, infrastructure, and any other priorities that may be prescribed by the ministry. An example at how that might work is a provincial priority exemption would exempt a property from any requirements under Part 6 of the Heritage Act or a regulation under that same section, which is essentially the conservation of resources of archaeological value, and the requirement to conduct an archaeological assessment other than those that are related to burials and cremations and things of that nature. That's the first one. The second component is the Endangered Species Act and replacing it with a Species Conservation Act. This is a two-phase process. So the first phase is making temporary amendments to the existing Endangered Species Act, and then followed with that is a second phase, which is the removal of the Endangered Species Act in its entirety and replacing it with a new Species Conservation Act. As of this date, we're not exactly sure when the province intends to enact this new legislation. But the changes to the Endangered Species Act is removing the definition of harassment as a prohibited activity. And basically what that means is that the definition of a habitat is to be revised to place more emphasis on what is considered to be absolutely necessary for the survival of the species at risk. It changes the act by winding down the Species at Risk Conservation Fund. The fund is it's like a cash and lieu system that allows applicants to pay as an alternative way to protect certain species at risk when mitigation measures are not possible. The winding down of the fund is essentially the elimination of this cash and lieu system. The new Species Conservation Act will have language that will prioritize economic growth while balancing the principles of species at risk, environmental stewardship, etc. Under that new legislation, applications will now only be required to register as opposed to not a permit through a registration first approach. Through this new act, the Ontario government will have the authority to add or remove species from the Species at Risk list. Historically, only the Committee on Species at Risk in Ontario, which is a group of independent experts, had that authority to do so. Through the new Species Conservation Act, where an aquatic species and migratory bird species are protected through both provincial and federal jurisdiction, only the federal jurisdiction will apply. And the intent of that is to remove the duplication in protections. And it would also provide a provincial enforcement officer to be granted more additional powers for both inspection and enforcement of the Act. And then lastly, it's the Special Economic Zones Act. So this legislation will allow the province to designate special economic zones, and these would be areas or projects that are critically or strategically important to Ontario's economic and security, whereby trusted proponents would benefit from reduced regulatory hurdles, including exemptions from certain provincial laws or regulations, including bylaws of a municipality. An example of this would be the Ring of Fire, which is in the far north of Ontario, would be a potential special economic zone, and that's because of its rare earth minerals. That was Bill number 5. Now we get into Bill number 17, which was just introduced this week.
And before you go to Bill 17, any questions or comments from Council on Bill 5? All right. Oh, yeah, Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Trevor, I'm a little confused there. The Endangered Species Act, all those animals on that list, they'll still be protected, correct?
So through your worship, I don't pretend to understand all the nuances of the legislation, but my take is that they're replacing the current act with a new act, and it's not that the species wouldn't necessarily be protected. It would be that the government of Ontario would be the ones to determine which are the species at risk, whereas before it was a group of experts that did that independently.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rigo.
Thank you. Just a quick question, Kevin. Our town, we've been working on rewriting so many bylaws. Is this going to have an impact on the work we're doing on bylaws right now?
So through your worship, at first blush, we don't think that the actual Species Conservation Act changes is going to impact us directly. What it may or may not do is it may impact how we review or have peer reviews done of environmental impact statements. But to be honest to council, we're not entirely sure all the nuances, and we don't know what the impact could be, but we don't think there will be an impact to us directly, perhaps indirectly.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, the way I was looking at this was, when it comes to the species at risk, was saying that the provincial government was trying not to overlap anything that was done by the federal government. So if you had a species that you had to address, you didn't have to duplicate the work, essentially. Is that what you're feeling from that, too?
That is correct, Your Worship. So that is part of the regulatory framework that they're setting up. It's not really that much different than what happened recently with replacing the Places to Grow Act with a new PPS, something similar, trying to eliminate the duplications.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? All right. Bill 17, Trevor?
So Bill 17 is a lot, Your Worship, so just bear with me. So on May 17th, the province announced the Protect Ontario by Building Faster and Smarter Act 2025. The intent of this legislation is to cut red tape and to speed up home construction. Again, I've picked the highlights for us. 1, standardized municipal road construction specifications and design across the entire province. Secondly, the Ministry of Transportation will be required to provide better options and recommendations on its building setbacks, permits, encroachment permits, and access management with respect to its highway corridors. Why I picked this one is because obviously we have a corridor, both the Highway 26 and Beechwood, in our municipality. Municipalities will not have the authority to require their own unique or additional building standards beyond those standards already set out in the Building Code Act. So the potential for that one is something like similar to a green energy standard or green building standards. It's not necessary that may not be that we can't have them, it may be that we can't force people to follow those standards if council was to have such standards. The legislation will have more consistent rules and information and studies that may be required on planning applications like official plans, zoning bylaw amendments, and the intent of this is to limit what is required to deem an application complete, and that we cannot require studies beyond those that are identified in our official plan unless those are approved by the ministry. And the ministry may also pass regulations that list the topics that are not required for a complete application, list the studies required that may be asked for a complete application, and specify certain certified professionals from whom municipalities would be required to accept studies. So to give council a taste of what the topics might be, it would be the elimination of sun and shadow impact studies. You cannot require those for a complete application. It would remove the requirement for wind study impacts as not being part of a complete study. From an urban design perspective, information and material concerning the urban design of a proposed development, including how a proposed development aligns with municipal urban design guidelines or policies. That's not to suggest we can't have them, it just suggests that we can't require a study as part of a complete application if this was to pass. Lighting. Information and material related to lighting and lighting levels on the site, including the location and the type of lighting fixtures proposed, be it on the exterior of the building and on the site. So typically we would require photometric drawings to make sure that there was no excess light being cast over. With this, we're not sure that we can require that as a complete application. It's not whether we can't ask for it, it's that we can't maybe require it or deem it complete without it. The other thing is, it also could allow as of right variations within a prescribed percentage for reduction of setbacks for urban residential lands, excluding anything that's hazard lands or near a shoreline or a railway without the need for a minor variance. So what we think that means is that if a setback requirement is 6 meters, that if you're within an allowable tolerance, when we don't know what that number is yet, that it's deemed to conform to the zoning bylaw, you don't need to come to committee of adjustment to be granted a minor variance. Will that have an impact? Potentially. It could mean that we would be able to issue deck permits and housing permits quicker. The other impact would be we would write potentially left staff reports to committee of adjustment. It would also mean that if you don't need a minor variance, it's a loss in revenue because we would no longer be processing as many variances potentially. I should underline that is for urban residential lands. It doesn't say anything about commercial or other types of uses. The province is also considering regulatory changes to establish simplified, standardized, and inclusive land use designations with more permissions for municipal official plans. That's across Ontario. It would also exempt portable classrooms at public school sites from site plan approval. And it would also provide explicit permission that kindergarten to grade 12 public schools and uses accessory thereto, such as childcare, would be permitted as of right on urban land that is zoned for residential uses. So that would require that if the land is for urban land zoned for residential, it's deemed that schools and accessory uses there too would be permitted by right. You wouldn't need a special zoning amendment to allow that. And lastly, and this one is a deep one, it's the Development Charges Act. So of most significance to the town and the changes to Section 26. By adding a Section 26.1 that residential development other than rental housing development as a type of development in respect to which development charges may be paid at the time that is different than what is set out in Section 26, which is you get the building, you get your DCs at the time of building permit issuance. That can have a major impact on the town's cash flow. The above changes go on to indicate that development charges shall be paid either on the day a permit is issued, authorizing occupation of the building, or on the day that a building is first occupied, whichever comes first. And this is a huge change from two perspectives. One, cash flow. DCs that would normally be received now may not become due and payable until possibly 30 months from the time the building permit is issued. Given the fact that our DCs are depleted or in a rough state right now, and we are dependent on new DCs for the Beach Drive redevelopment project, this should be of significant concern from the municipality. And administrative resources required to maintain what development charges are owing, for which properties and time is time consuming and would require more capacity for staff to accommodate. Thirdly, exempting long-term care homes could cost the town upwards of $2.7 million in DC charges depending on the size of the facility. There are other changes that are impacting us from the last round of changes that were done, such as using the 15-year period such as using a 15-year period of past capital activity to average out capital spending availability for the next 5 years. The town is being forced to, therefore, use taxpayers' general reserves or raise necessary funds from taxpayers to fund growth-related servicing that should be paid for by the new growth being used. The lack of DC revenues being received at the time of building permit issuance is likely going to cause infrastructure delays that would otherwise have helped to significantly advance home development, particularly in our West End. And it could also slow down the economic growth within the town from a commercial perspective, as home building is already slow, as we all know. So in essence, this is a worst possible scenario potentially for the town, given the growth plans that we have been forecasting, and without DCs being available and facing zero DC collections for at least the next year or so. And which I have little understanding, and Jocelyn will be here to help with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trevor. Anything to add, Jocelyn or Andrew?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would suggest that this time I wouldn't add anything else, because we are going to be bringing a staff report forward that will be more fulsome. And at this time, those are possibilities, but without further review, we don't really know the full impact that this will be. And it's still only had first reading, so it's still possible there could be changes. So I think it's prudent to just say that there's potential here for challenges for the town.
Excellent point. Mr. CAO, anything to add? All right, questions from members of council. Councillor Belanger?
You through the mayor. Well, the first thing comes to mind, I'm not aware of our municipal ability, but if we could increase DC charges enough to compensate for infrastructure loans between the time frame where we would normally get at permitting to occupation, could that be a possible solution? What are the rules around our ability to increase DC charges? Like, is that, I couldn't remember if that's a formula or something that we review on a regular basis.
Question for our CFO, Jocelyn?
Thank you, Your Worship. So our DC bylaws and our DC study is being done over the next 6 months. So our DC bylaw is up for renewal in May of 2026, and that's at the time after you've had a DC study, and there's procedures that have to be followed in order to determine those rates. We'll bring those rates forward to council, and council will approve those rates for the next 5-year period. And that will be subject to any changes that are reflected in the DC Act as we move along in that DC study. Thanks.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I would caution against using the phrase of increasing development charges. I think the trend right across the province and what the provincial government is looking to see is a decrease. We're getting caught in the crossfire a little bit here. The big cities, Mississauga, Toronto, Vaughan, their DCs are significantly higher than small towns, significantly higher than us. And I think a lot of developers have been pushing the province and letting them know, look, we just can't make pro formas work with these high development charges. Vaughan has dropped theirs in half. So to address and try and solve an issue in the GTA, it's adversely impacting us. So it's a conversation that I think a lot of smaller municipalities will likely need to have with the province and let them know that there may be some help required here if this legislation proceeds. I don't think it's intended to hurt us, but I think it's having an indirect impact on us that we will need to raise with the province.
Thank you, Andrew. And I think it's important, Councillor, to point out, as the CFO did, I mean, this is just at its first reading. I am quite confident. I can tell you the town of Wasaga Beach will be there advocating on this as well, and so will, I'm sure, just about every other smaller town in the province. 444 municipalities, probably 400 plus of those are smaller towns. And the memo that my office received from the minister on this, what they talk about is they talk about the standardization, that they want to standardize DCs. So, you know, the first question I have is, what does that mean exactly? Standardize what and with who? Is it standardized DCs across the board throughout Ontario, so no matter where you build, it's the same cost? If that's the case, then perhaps small town Ontario like Wasaga Beach, we may get a boost. But the large cities that are charging 2 and 3 times what we charge may get decreased. But we don't know the answers to that yet. So just keep in mind this is first reading. I'm sure they're going to get a ton of feedback on this. And what we've learned thus far with the Ford government is that the more feedback they get, the more they listen, and they tend to adjust course. So you have more questions, Councillor?
Just a follow-up through the mayor. I mean, it's sort of like an oxymoron, you know, they're doing all these things to speed up development, but if we can't afford to put the infrastructure in place, to put the roads and everything in to support that development, all I'm saying is I don't think the solution is raising property tax to support that. Like, I mean, there has to, so again, we have to strongly advocate for other solutions, but I think developers may be willing to pay a modest increase in development charges to make sure that we can have the infrastructure in place to allow people to actually live in the communities they're building. So,
all right, thank you, Councillor. Andrew?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. You're absolutely right, Councillor Belanger. That's the crux of the issue for Wasaga Beach. Again, a lot of this legislation is directed to big city issues where the larger cities have multi-billion-dollar reserve funds, reserve DC funds. We don't have that in small-town Ontario. So the implication of this can be quite significant, and you are correct, it could have the reverse effect of slowing down development if we need those DCs to pay for infrastructure to support housing. So it's something that I think we'll have to raise with the province and let them know it's not a one-size-fits-all approach here. I don't think is going to work. So I'm quite confident there will be more dialogue moving forward, and we'll have an opportunity to express our concerns.
Thank you, Andrew. Other questions or comments from members of council? All right, seeing none, thank you very much, Trevor. Appreciate that very healthy update. Bill 9, Municipality Act 2025, and this is our clerk, Nicole.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. So, Council, as you will remember, in December 2024, the province introduced proposed changes through Bill 241, which was the Municipal Accountability Act 2024. Of course, then the provincial election took place. So on May 1st, the town was notified that the province has reintroduced the legislation through Bill 9, which, if passed, will strengthen municipal governance and accountability. So that legislation enables the creation of standardized municipal code of conduct and a consistent integrity commissioner inquiry process throughout the province. If the proposed legislation does pass, it's going to come in effect for the next term of council. If you remember, these changes actually mirror those that were provided in the staff report that came before this council January 30th of this year. So through council direction, staff did comment on Bill 241 at that time. I'm going to ensure that those comments are considered with Bill 9. I'm watching the bill status, and I'll bring those updates to council as they become available. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Nicole, questions or comments on this item? All right. Seeing none, then we'll move on in the staff reports to item number 10, on the agenda, sorry, to item number 10, which is staff reports. And the following reports have been pulled and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately, items 10.3, 10.5, 10.6, and 10.10. Deputy Mayor Snell would like to comment, I understand, on item 10.7, the annual accessibility plan, and Councillor Eagle would like to comment on 10.7 as well. So I'm going to I have some comments on 10.8, which is the strong mayor legislation, but I'll look to Deputy Mayor Snell first to comment on 10.7. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to, first of all, thank all of the staff's efforts. It's a 12-page report updating all of the initiatives that have been undertaken this year to make the community as a whole more accessible. I think it's just a tremendous amount of work. I did want to ask the author, in regards to the Moby mats, we had this discussion in the past in regards to signage, and I know the MOU was just underway with the ministry or with the Ontario Parks there, but that just better communication for the public to be able to see that, A, we have these great accessible bikes, but where they can get them over at the Nancy Island site or whatnot, and sort of where that sits in regards to this year. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll take that. So we have drafted an MOU. It is with the province for their review, and within that MOU, we have established terms of what our expectations are with the mat distribution for the summer, when we would like to see those, and where we would like to see those, and that's extremely important this year with the construction at the beachfront. We want to ensure Moby mats are accessible for everyone to enjoy. We also discussed signage with them, so we are looking at branding, joint communication on where you can obtain the wheelchairs, the accessible carts, and where the Moby mats will be distributed, and we will ensure that Sandra includes that in our communication as a town as well.
All right, other questions or comments? All right, we'll now go to Councillor Eagle for her comment.
Thank you, and through your worship, yes, I agree with the Deputy Mayor. What an in-depth report. My gosh, every segment of our town worked on accessibility. It was really impressive. So I'm just going to pull a couple out that caught my eye. And of course, there was the arena and the railings and Braille done onto the facility. And then one that had really bugged me was the timekeeper's box. The girl used to walk across the ice, and I would swear she was going to fall on her head so many times, because the timekeeper's box could only be accessed by the ice. So you changed that, and Chris isn't here today, so that got changed, that now it's a safe way to exit and enter that box. The youth center, to have an accessible fire pit, like how great must that be for the kids there to have that? And then on transit, I know I'd spoken to Kevin before about this. I did not know that we had this service, and we do have an additional accessible van for transit, for plus door-to-door for the people in need. I really didn't know until a few weeks ago that we had that. So that's huge, that we have that in our thing. And then the other one that really caught my eye was the fire department, and I read that the fire admin assistant completed American Sign Language and is now able to assist various departments in communicating with members of the public. Like for her to take that on, so that's Katie Underwood that took that on, and I really give kudos to our staff for doing such things. So those were just a few of my highlights that caught my attention, but really, that was one huge report. So thank you, staff, for that.
Thank you, Councillor Ego, and I'll now make my comments on item 10.8, which is the strong mayor legislation. You've all seen the report on the agenda with respect to strong mayors, and you are aware that I have delegated powers to council and the CAO respectively. I'm also working with staff currently on a directive with respect to the budget process that will allow us to continue and use the same process that we have followed in past years, although I cannot delegate away that process as a strong mayor any longer. We will certainly follow the same process, and council will be as involved as always within that. So just wanted to make that clear to the members of the public and to council that I see no need to use any of these special powers. I think we have a council that is working cohesively, a great leadership team and staff that are working hard to make sure that they're advancing council's priorities and the requirements of our citizens. And so I think we're in fine shape, and I look forward to carrying on in the same direction we have been. All right, I'm going to pass it over now to the Deputy Mayor for comment as well. Did you have another comment to make, Deputy Mayor? No? Okay. All right. Good enough. All right, then we do have a recommended motion that the following consent list items under staff reports and all recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding items pulled and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Timms, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Now moving on to item number 11, which is correspondence, and the following consent list items under correspondence were received for information, which you have seen the list there. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder, please, that the following consent list items under correspondence be received for information? Mover? Councillor White and Councillor Ego, all in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 12 is minutes of board and committees. Nothing has been pulled there either, so recommended motion is that the consent list items under minutes and boards and committees be received for information. Mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Councillor Ego, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 13 now, matters for consideration, and we do have the Beach Area 1 roadway reconstruction phase 1, and this has been pulled by Deputy Mayor Snell. And but before I turn it over to you, Deputy Mayor, I'm going to look to Jocelyn and Kevin to speak to this item. Who's going first? Who drew the short straw? Kevin?
I usually get it, Your Worship. Thank you through you. Just an update, certainly a very important recommendation coming before Council today. For this fundamental and critical infrastructure investment to help facilitate development down at the beachfront. We underwent a public and open and transparent process, not only to pre-qualify general contractors, but then to select and award this contract. We are recommending the award to Arna Construction. As you all know, a local firm, well-established, well-respected, highly qualified firm, been in the business for, if not 95 years, I think they're probably approaching 100 years locally. We're extremely excited to get this underway. We will be, as Sandra had mentioned earlier, we will be having a pre-construction meeting on Tuesday, which, you know, our goal is to help better understand construction logistics in terms of the extent of Beach Drive and its closure, and just how we'll be able to manage pedestrian and activity down at the beachfront without, well, with keeping in mind safety and obviously construction performance. Our goal is to get in and out as quickly as we can, and we do acknowledge it is going to be a couple of summers of some challenging and perhaps inconvenient times, but we're confident with the contractor should you choose to agree with my recommendation. In terms of the staged approach, we've been titling it Phase 1, and Phase 1 being 3rd Street, Beach Drive, 1st Street. We're reopening Main Street, we're improving Spruce Street, and the intersection improvements with the roundabout at Spruce and Main and Moseley. Phase 2 is actually that section of Moseley Street from 3rd to the new roundabout. And that was deferred because there will come a time where the sanitary sewer requires upgrades, as well as the downstream pump station. And so we weren't going to undertake those investments right now and then dig it up to expand and improve on the sewer. And so that's why it's identified as Phase 1. But again, extremely excited to get underway with this, and we know the community is excited to see what will transpire over the coming months and next couple of years.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Anything to add, Jocelyn?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think, given the size of the project, it's worth just mentioning a little bit about the financing for it. The budget that we have today is a little higher than our last budget for it, as we became closer to final design changes, scope changes, and as well escalated costs given recent economic changes. And so we've also had two very large projects that we've undertaken over the past couple of years that have drawn on our DCs. And this particular project also needs DCs that we're expecting in our financing plan to collect some DCs this year that would be used towards the project as well as future years. However, given the changes, we have been prudent in looking at alternative financing options to ensure that as the project rolls out, we can continue to manage things. We do have general reserves that we will consider, as well as possibly a construction financing loan, just to help smooth out the project as it moves through the next few years. It's, I think, well worth noting that this project is funded 38% from provincial funding, and another 16% of it is funded from other government grant funds from the province and the federal governments. So that's 54% of this project that is funded by the other governments, leaving 46% for the town's portion, and the majority of that is DC eligible if that funding is available. And we are also planning to use some of our proceeds from our land sales of about $1.8 million. The town did identify several pieces of surplus lands that will be available to be sold over the next few years. And so in the short term, we probably see roughly about $6 million coming in from that, of which that $1.8 million will use some of those funds towards this project. So we've built resiliency into the financial plan for the project and recognize there's uncertainty, but we're ready and prepared to address that as those changes come. And so I think this is a great project for us, and we've looked at it financially to be viable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam CFO. Questions or comments from members of council? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Thank you for the update, because I pulled this not necessarily because I had any questions. I thought the presentation and the content was thorough and complete, but just for public transparency and so that the public can understand that, yes, this is another sizable investment that, that we're making in the community, but the financial backing is there. The fact that over 50% has come from other levels of government. Congratulations to staff for all that hard work and advocacy to get those funding dollars. It's absolutely critical project. It's not something that can be deferred or delayed, obviously. And I just want to give credit and thanks to staff for the very hard work. And I'm super pleased that a local representative is potentially being awarded the contract. Thank you.
I think the contract has been awarded, has it not? Or are we? Or will be today, but that's the chosen one. So, again, you can't, to your point, Deputy Mayor Snell, you can't get any more shop Canadian or shop locally than in this case here. So it's a great story for sure. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, through the mayor. Just for the public again, we talked about taxation in perpetuity over the completed project, and we can't start building those buildings until this project is underway. So it's critical, but over time, it's a very positive financial investment for the community.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else have any comments or questions? You make a good point, Councillor, and I think it's clear to say that the province absolutely believes in what we're doing. They made a very large investment in this project, and they're as excited about it as we are. So it's all a good news story. We do have a recommended motion that the report titled Beach Area 1 Roadway Reconstruction Phase 1 Contract Number PW 2025-15 Tender Award for the Council meeting of May 15, 2025 be received, and the Council award the contract to Arnott Construction Limited for the Beach Area 1 Roadways Reconstruction Phase 1 Capital Works Project in accordance with the terms of reference within tender number PW 2025-15 at a cost of $25,919,764.50, which includes contingencies but excludes HST. And that the additional unbudgeted 2025 project costs of $2,239,185 be approved, funded as per the financial implications section of the report, and that the total project cost of $28,690,991 be approved as a multi-year capital project, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the contract with Arnott Construction Limited. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Belanger. Recorded vote, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Belanger.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Eagle.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Passes unanimously.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. You're now moving on to the next item, which is parking request 40th Street North, and this was pulled by Councillor Belanger. Councillor?
Thank you, through the mayor. I'm certainly well aware of resident concerns. The concern I do have with this is whether it's precedent setting, and that over the last 4 or 5 years, I've heard from residents on multiple streets on the West End. And I think I've had some conversation with our general manager of Public Works, and I think that maybe we need to have some discussion and look at whatever we do in this case as a bit of a pilot project, because I'm sure that there will be many more requests. And depending on what we agree on as a solution, over and above the 90% threshold of the neighborhood, if they knew that in the report, if the parking was alternate every month, or if we looked at the possibility of one-way streets or other things, that might also have a bearing on whether people want to make the change or put up the way things are. The other part of my concern was I think parking will be a little more of an issue over the next 3 years as we develop the beachfront. So that, again, could increase the number of requests for this type of thing, reparking. So hopefully we can have an open discussion and agree on what we will attempt first to alleviate some of these resident concerns.
Thank you, Councillor Boulanger. Mr. CAO?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I understand your comments very clearly. Part of the approach here, and it is positioned as very much a pilot, residents of a street should have a voice in what their streets look like. This is commonplace throughout all of Ontario. Many municipalities have policies of how to approach these types of requests. I can speak from experience. I've gone through this myself in the neighborhood I live in. 90% threshold is actually quite difficult to achieve. It's harder than you would think. But if 90 to 100% of the residents of a street feel very strongly about something, I've always been a believer that give it a try and see how it works. Currently, there is no policy to evaluate these types of requests within this community. So that's why we've included the 90% threshold, so that if we do get more requests come in, we actually have something to evaluate them by. And you can't allow one voice to dictate what happens for a community. But if all the voices come together and say, you know what, that's really what we'd like to see, I think staff would say that's probably a good thing to listen to. It's democratic. And again, we're not saying this is permanent today. Let's pilot it. Let's give it a try. But by actually creating a bit of a policy that we can evaluate these against and give direction to the community. If you want this, get all your neighbors on board, get a petition together. Here's the threshold you need to hit before we bring these forward to council for consideration. The other thing that we've chatted about at a staff level, if we get inundated with requests, we can take a timeout and we can come back to council and say we're getting too many of these in advance of a parking strategy. We would recommend just taking a pause. Today we haven't got those. I think we've had a couple come in. So our recommendation is to give them a try, treat them as a pilot, and then we can monitor and see what happens in the future. Ultimately, we do need a parking strategy. I think the intention is to undertake that or get it started later this year, early next. So in the absence of an overall parking strategy, that's why we've positioned this as a pilot. I think ultimately you do need off-street parking options, and that's why in the report, that's one of the items that I needed to circle back with council on. The Duncairn lot, I think staff would recommend leaving that alone. It was listed on the surplus real estate holding list, but I think we would recommend for now, leave it alone, leave it be, until we have a fulsome parking strategy that can help us understand these difficult issues. So I hope that provides a bit of an explanation into the approach that staff are looking to take. But it is empowering communities to have a say in what their streets look like, which I think is a good thing.
All right, thank you very much, Andrew. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship. I support this request as a pilot project. As a resident of 44th Street North, which I dare say is quite a bit wider than 40th, I do see the challenges of having no parking on my street. But at the same time, neighbors have come together. If someone's having a large group, you just ask your neighbors to allow for parking on the street. We have a lot of people going to the beach and parking on these streets, and it's a pity that we can't off-season have a better relationship with the beach parking lots that are closed pretty quickly after Labor Day. So I look forward to seeing a parking study because it's a complex situation, and but as I say, I do support what the residents are asking for here.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? The only question or comment I have is that, we do take a look at all of our surplus lands in each area of town, and where there is surplus lands that we own, instead of perhaps considering then selling that land, that we do consider a parking lot, even if it be a small parking lot, which will generate revenue for the municipality, but B, will keep more vehicles off of the side streets. But otherwise, I support this project. I agree with the councillor. This could be, this could become much more, but staff have clearly thought about that and would then come back to us, and let's take a pause before the strategy, until the strategy is done. So I would support this. All right, we do have a recommended motion then that the report titled Parking Request 40th Street North to the meeting of May 15th, 2025 be received, and that the request to prohibit on-street parking on 40th Street North be granted on a temporary basis until such time as a more fulsome parking strategy can be undertaken by the town to determine whether on-street parking should be permanently prohibited on 40th Street North. And further, that if requests are received to consider prohibiting on-street parking prior to the parking strategy being undertaken, a minimum of 90% neighbor support on the impacted street be requested prior to council's consideration of the request, and that the municipal Duncairn parking lot be retained until such time as a more fulsome parking strategy has been undertaken. Questions or comments? Mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? Recorded vote. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Blanchet.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And the next item is the Wasaga Beach Farmers Market Agreement 2025 amendment. And I'll just note that Councillor Timms has declared a conflict of interest with this item, and Deputy Mayor Snell wishes to make comments on this. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to congratulate and thank the previous president or chair of this event. Marlene Parkins, I believe, has been the standing chair for the past few years. A lot of work goes into it, and it's exciting to see how much it's grown. My request was just around signage. I'd love to see a sign put up by the gazebo in that area, whatnot, that says music in the park and the farmer's market every Tuesday. That stays up for the season. Or if it can't go there, maybe underneath our Recplex sign that's going to be replaced in some time, so that it can kind of get tucked in under that pylon sign, so that it makes it easy for grass cutting, for maintenance, but just something that communicates it to the public. Would that be something that would be open for consideration?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Anna, do you want to speak to that? And welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, definitely we can figure out something to do with signage. I know that we have that big Curbex sign that right now is actually located directly in front of where the farmers market takes place. So that could be an option, or we can look into fastening something more permanent onto one of the other modes of signage over there. That's definitely something we can work with bylaw to figure out.
All right, thank you, Anna. Any other questions or comments on this matter? All right, seeing none, we have a recommended motion that report titled Wasaga Beach Farmers Market Agreement 2025 Amendment to the Council meeting of May 15, 2025 be received, that the Council approve the amended Farmers Market Agreement attached as Appendix A. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Blanchet.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo. Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Now moving on to the Administrative Monetary Penalties Bylaw Update. This is pulled by Councillor Belanger. Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, and through the mayor. Before I pass this on to our head of bylaw, I just want to recognize the amount of work that has gone into this project, because we've been working on this for quite some time, and it's quite comprehensive. And I think there needs to be some public awareness about a few things, but ultimately components of this bylaw is really going to support the beautification of our community, across our entire community. And with all the other investment we're making, I think that is critical to our success. So I want to thank staff for the work that went into this. And Rachel, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I am certainly pleased to present some key updates in regards to our ongoing efforts to streamline bylaw enforcement through our AMPS program. As Council is aware, we have implemented AMPS since June 2024, and I do want to emphasize that this update is intended primarily for housekeeping purposes rather than introducing significant changes to the program itself. Over the past year, staff have completed a review of our AMPS framework, and based on findings, we're recommending the adoption of 2 separate AMPS bylaws, one for parking and then one for other regulatory bylaws. This change is really just to improve clarity, allow for more effective administration, and ensure penalties are applied in a way that's tailored to the nature of each infraction. First, we did change the penalties, like I just stated, to better reflect the seriousness of violations and to encourage compliance. This supports our goal for making penalties a true deterrent by assigning a specific penalty to each violation rather than applying 1 or 2 penalties to the entire bylaw. We've also introduced new administrative fees under our fees and charges bylaw this year, which include items such as order issuance fees and other related fees, which show we are committed to recouping costs that are associated with staff's enforcement measures. We've made changes to speed up compliance by improving how we've issued orders, as well as expedite procurement of contractors for remedial work that needs to happen. This ensures that when work needs to be done by the town, it can happen without delay, minimizing ongoing impacts to the community. Lastly, you'll notice that we've included several policy updates as well. These are required under the Ontario regulation, and every municipality that has adopted AMPS is required to have them in place. For instance, Collingwood recently implemented AMPS, and you can find the exact same policies on their website as well. The AMPS program continues to provide a faster and more effective alternative, which we're happy to report, compared to the provincial offenses process, and it allows staff to resolve matters more quickly. These improvements reflect our proactive enforcement approach and demonstrate our commitment to our operational efficiency. I kind of also wanted to take this opportunity to further add that we also have onboarded our summer officers and reinforced the importance of proactive enforcement. Staff have been conducting proactive patrols throughout the town to ensure things are addressed quickly and effectively in regards to beautification. And lastly, a little off topic, but I do want to add that this does kind of align with our enforcement approach, that the fireworks education campaign has been launched, and it includes targeted social media messaging, public messaging, quick fact information sheets that have been distributed to business owners, customers purchasing fireworks, and guests for short-term rentals. And we've also updated our website with a lot of different education pieces on how to be a good neighbor, and issued reminders to business owners to promote awareness of the changes that were recently made, as well as just promoting compliance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Councillor Belanger?
Yes, just in follow-up, this was a very extensive report to read, but I think for the public is certainly in the case of bylaws, not parking, if an order is given and you normally have a time frame to come into compliance, you can avoid any fines if you comply within the appropriate time. And the other question I had is, you know, I know we've had situations where in non-compliance that we go in and do the work and then put it on the property tax. So if a resident wants to come into compliance but has a financial situation, would they be able to willingly say to the town, okay, if you can come in and bring me into compliance and go to your property tax, would there be any support to help someone that wants to comply but maybe is under financial restraints?
Certainly, thank you, and through you, Your Worship. So in regards to that, it's not that we have like a specific program that helps with financial restraints, but I do want to reiterate that although, even with our enforcement measures of strict but fair, if bylaw is coming to clean up your property, we have made every possible attempt to ensure voluntary compliance, and we use discretion in every situation. And I think it's also important to note too that financial concerns aren't something that we haven't dealt with before. That's very common throughout life, and we will always work with the individual if that is the only thing that's stopping them from complying.
Thank you, Rachel. Madam Clerk?
Yes, thank you. And in addition, the policy with regards to AMPS, there is a policy that's required under the reg that requires us to have a undue hardship. So if someone can demonstrate or by providing us documentation that there is some financial issues, then we will consider that. The screening officer and hearing officer have that provision by following that policy. That was included in the report. Thank you.
Councillor Belanger?
Just in clarity, as what I would think of, like obviously if you're not in compliance, the fines will start, and the fines are daily fines. So what I'm saying, if someone knows that because of financial reasons they can't come in compliance, can they avoid the fine by agreeing with the town that, hey, I want to come into compliance, I can't afford to right now? Like I understand what you said, and if we've tried every other alternative, there's probably been a number of fines already laid, and if an individual is receptive to coming into compliance, is there a way for them to avoid the fine?
I wouldn't necessarily word it as avoiding the fine, but certainly, like I said, officers use discretion, and we don't need to necessarily apply an AMPS charge in certain situations, regardless of if we're doing a cleanup or not. And that will always be, based on discussions that are happening with the property owner, whoever's involved, we'll always take that into consideration.
Thank you. I think that's an important information for the public.
All right, thank you, Councillor Belanger. Any other questions or comments on this? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Yeah, I was happy to see the financial hardship piece in there as well, in terms of a compassion process, and also to the prevention of political interference. I think that one's a really important one as well, because there have been situations where bylaws are sometimes weaponized, by people in power. So I like to see that. I just wanted to circle back. We had talked last year about the new park that's on River Road East, right by New Wasaga Beach. And it was observed several times that people were parking there to go to the beach and taking up that parking at the playground. Have we had a chance to install signage there? And that way, folks that violate that and use that instead of the paid parking would get this fine?
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. I missed the one part you're talking about, like River Road East, right by the beach, the new park there? Yes. So we're actually in the works with Public Works to get signs up. They've already been ordered, we have them, and we're going to be erecting them probably within the next couple days or so. So that does mean that if violations are present, it would be under the AMPS bylaw, and we would be laying penalties for it.
Deputy?
Awesome, thank you. And just as a circle back, so then that'll be on your staff's radar to monitor that area, to quickly catch them? Okay, awesome, thank you.
All right, thank you. Other questions or comments? Madam Clerk or Rachel, do you have any idea how many of our neighbors or how many municipalities in the province of Ontario use the AMPS program? And I'm asking this question because, I've been told that there are certain folks out there who might be guilty of breaking bylaws on a regular basis that are now saying that this is a weaponization and, this is just a way to penalize people. And I would say to those folks, you're absolutely right. This is a way to gain compliance in order to clean Wasaga Beach up, which thousands of residents, I think, have told each and every member of this council at some point or another that they want to see. And so that's exactly why we're doing. But we're not reinventing the wheel here. We're not breaking any ground. We're not the leaders in this. This is a very common practice. So any idea how many other municipalities are doing this?
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. So it is becoming common practice. Collingwood, as of late, has just introduced AMPS. AMPS was introduced to relieve the burden on the court system. So the municipality has always had the ability to lay charges for a violation of a bylaw through the Provincial Offences Act. What the ministry and the province looked at was we have a burden on our court system. Things are not being heard as quickly as they should. So they provided the municipalities the tools to be able to enforce and then have a judicial review of anyone that would like to challenge an administrative penalty. They have that ability through the screening and hearing officer. The hearing officer, as you'll see within the bylaw, has to follow the Statutory Powers Act. So it's very much a judicial process. So that's why we introduce AMPS. It's becoming common practice to assist with that court burden. Thank you.
So I think it's also important to note that the old system through the Provincial Offences Act could take years in many cases. And we've had several cases in Wasaga Beach where, we're getting calls on a regular basis from citizens who are not happy about whether it be a clean yard or, many different things. And, we continue to tell them we're working on it. And you hear, we've been working on this now, I've been told, for a year or two or three. This will prevent that from happening because we'll be able to take action much quicker and fix the issue. So again, thank you, staff, for this report. It was quite lengthy but very in depth and give us a great understanding, I think. And I encourage anyone out there who thinks that this is put in place for all the wrong reasons to please take the time and read it. It really is about making Wasaga Beach a better place to live, work, learn, and play. So I support it wholeheartedly. No other questions or comments? I'll read the motion. Recommended motion is that the report titled Administrative Monetary Penalties Bylaw Update to the Council of May 15th, 2025 be received, and that staff be directed to bring bylaw number 2025-17, being a bylaw to establish a system of administrative monetary penalties for parking forward, for adoption, and that staff be directed to bring bylaw number 2025-18, a bylaw to establish a system of administration monetary penalties for non-parking forward for adoption, and that council enact the following policies attached to this report. A, 5-8 AMPS prevention of political interference. B, 5-9 AMPS conflict of interest. C, 5-10 AMPS financial management and reporting. D, 5-11 AMPS public complaint filing. E, 5-12 AMPS financial hardship. And F, 5-13 AMPS appointment of screening and hearing officer. And that council approve the administrative fees associated with AMPS listed in Appendix 1 and detailed in this report, and that staff be directed to include these fees in the town's fees and charges bylaw as amended. Mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor White. Madam Clerk?
Your Worship, Councillor Boulanger.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Moving on to item number 14, recommendations arising from boards and committees. We have none. And council requested staff reports. Council, you've seen the list attached. Any questions or comments on this? Seeing none, we'll move on then to Councillor White. Councillor White to make a request. So, Councillor, request away.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. So I wish to put forward a request for a staff report. The town of Wasaga Beach has previously maintained docks at Nancy Island parking lot on the Nottawasaga River, which provided valuable recreational and economical benefits to the residents and visitors. These docks, however, were removed to poor maintenance and low water levels and just have never been reinstated. Reinstating town-owned docks could enhance public access to the river, promote tourism, and support local businesses. We do need to keep in mind the fluctuating river levels as we put this together. I would like staff to prepare a comprehensive report and a feasibility of reinstating town-owned docks at Nancy Island parking lot or if there are other suitable locations along the Wasaga River with the following considerations. Obviously, the water levels that we've talked about fluctuating from year to year. With budget constraints, maybe looking at a phased-in implementation where we shoreline improvements one year, in putting in docks in another year, taking into account for obviously construction costs, environmental and regulatory considerations, and of course the community benefits, as well as rules and regulations. And that's the end of my request.
All right, so that is a notice of motion. No? Oh, sorry, it's just for the staff report.
Yeah.
My apologies, Councillor. So requested that staff report. We do not need a seconder for that. Any questions with Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. So within the procedural bylaw, it does state that we will require a seconder, and that would be introduced into that section of the report moving forward.
So then it is a motion.
It's a council requested staff report, yes. So all council requested staff reports shall require a mover and a seconder.
And what comes after that? I'm struggling. So if we have a mover, we need a seconder. Clearly, we're moving and seconding, and then we're going to ask for a vote on this, I'm sure?
Yes, it would not be a recorded vote, and then automatically we will now add that report request to the list of reports that form part of the agenda, and staff will work to bring that back to council at a future date.
What I'm struggling with is if we have a mover and a seconder and we're going to vote on it, do we not have a motion then? Is that not a motion?
It's to bring the staff report back with the deliverables that were.
So it would be a motion to bring the staff report back?
Yes.
Okay, so we do have a motion. All right, and that motion is moved by Councillor White. Could I have a seconder for this? Councillor DeLeo? All right, all in favor? Carries unanimously. All right, thank you very much. And now moving on to notices of motion. Councillor Ego wants to put forth a motion with respect to town-arranged transportation for clothing drive. Councillor Ego?
Yes. Whereas the current economy is contributing to financial constraints that prevent town residents from purchasing basic clothing, which can impact their well-being and opportunities. And whereas clothing is a fundamental need for hygiene, protection from the elements, and social acceptance. Clothing insecurity can affect individual self-esteem, social interactions, and ability to seek employment. And whereas the Clearview Community Church on Sunnydale Road, Wasaga Beach Depot operates a free clothing depot run by volunteers. Now, there's a slight change here in the motion. It says the first and third Thursday of each month. That has recently been changed to every Thursday of the month, from 4 to 6 p.m. for those in need. And whereas there is currently no public transportation directly to the Clearview Community Church to allow those in need to attend the clothing depot to obtain their necessary basic clothing needs. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to arrange for a bus service on the first Thursday of each month from the food bank to the Clearview Community Church located at 800 Sunnydale Road between 3:30 p.m. and 5 p.m. And further, we ask that town staff design a page printout advertising the clothing depot and free public transportation to be displayed at the food bank and other locations such as churches and town facilities. Respectfully submitted. I ask for a seconder.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So you won't need a seconder today because this is just a notice of motion. Sorry, you will need a seconder today for this notice of motion, but before I go to that, I'm going to open the floor for comments.
Oh, sorry, then before we open that, then I do have some comments myself, and then absolutely open the floor.
Well, you go right ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. So yes, I'd like to give a further background on why this came to me. And also you have your attachment there from Pastor Christine, so I'm sure you've taken a good look at that. So how this happened, it was late last November when it came to my attention that to source donated clothing here was a real challenge. I had been contacted by a benefactor who wished to make a very generous donation of a warehouse clearance of new clothing to the town of Wasaga Beach, and it was a lot of new clothing. And we thought it would be wonderful if people could come and choose it for themselves. Our fire chief, he was fabulous. He quickly stepped up to store it. This was mid-November when this happened. But then how or where could we display it for people? Our churches have done a fabulous job this past year of feeding, housing, and doing their very best to take care of those in need. But I couldn't find one facility here close by to store and display this clothing. However, great things happened, and between the fire chief and the OPP, we were able to quickly tag in with the one-day event, Shop with a Cop. And that turned out to be the most rewarding day ever. Through rapidly converting the boardroom at Station 1 into a clothing shop, we were able to have the kids and some parents come in and choose clothing for themselves or gifts for family. It was beyond rewarding. The kids loved it, as did their parents. They were really a little bit shy at first to come into this room, and so were the officers. But once it caught on, it was great. And the kids loved picking out their clothes, and that it was all new was a real bonus. So in all honesty, I do not know if that event was a one-off, but whatever, it did show that there is a great need for clothing for those struggling financially. Which then brought me to our next challenge, what to do with the clothing that was left. There wasn't a church close by here that had the space to be able to store that. But you keep asking around enough, and there always seems to be a solution, and that is when I learned of Clearview Community Church on Sunnydale Road. It was formerly known as the Lighthouse Church, and I think we were familiar with that, and I certainly wasn't aware of their program. And they had a clothing depot. So I went knocking on the door and was greeted by their very welcoming Pastor Clayton Cullum. Well, was I surprised when he showed me in the lower level of the church a beautifully laid out clothing shop, just like going into a store. And then, as well as introducing me to an incredibly welcoming group of volunteers that clean this clothing, put it out, treat everybody with respect. And they were able to take this very large amount of clothing, sort it, and prepare it for display in their shop. So here are a few stats from Pastor Clayton that I think is really important to listen to. So the Clothing Depot is now open every Thursday of the month. The depot provides free clothing to those in need in a shopping store-like experience. They provide clothing, winter clothing, children's clothing, and limited bedding blankets. There also is limited toiletries and food provided as supplies last. Supplies are collected via donations at the same time as depot opening, so that's when you drop it off at the same time. Items are sorted for quality and then cleaned and placed in the depot. Each month, our depot serves between 25 to 40 households on average, and that was being opened just twice a week. Our depot utilizes exclusively volunteers, about 20 of them, who are heavily dedicated to this impactful community opportunity. Presently, volunteers from the food bank shuttle individuals from the food bank to the church on occasion. We have had people walk from the last bus stop on Sunnydale to the church regularly in the winter. We have people on bikes with wagons and carts who have come from different parts of the beach. So I believe this initiative will be an incredible blessing for our town. And to bring you up to date now on the happenings in town recently is our own events group ran the most incredible clothing shop last weekend. I don't know if many of you are here really know what happened there. By chance, I ended up being there on the Saturday morning. So they did an outstanding job of organizing and running a free clothing shop at the Rexplex. The clothing was immeasurable. The full Rexplex, they had tables, signage for it. And I got there, and at 9 o'clock, people were lining up to get in for this 10 o'clock clothing depot. And I can't tell you how hard the staff had to have worked to pull this off, to do it and pull it all together. Mountains of clothes, shoes, coats, and attendees from every walk of life. you saw neighbors, you saw people in need. I mean, women love a bargain, and they love vintage shopping and clothing shopping. But the feedback that you were getting, some were like just so very grateful to have it. Others were so impressed that the town had done this. They said, "Who's put this on?" I said, "Well, it's the events group here." And I honestly was there. Anyway, it doesn't matter. And it was just a great feeling there that day, seeing everybody work really hard and see all the residents in town that came in to that day. So, you know, and the good amount of clothing that was left over, and there was. I mean, we had mounds of clothes. It was all allocated to other organizations that send it out of this area. Some go up north, other people have the specialty where they know how to, you know, pass it on. So all that clothing has been used and sent on that day. So the events team worked incredibly hard. So what I would like to see, I would like to see a pilot project here until the end of 2025. You know, we know that a bus route will be coming there one day, further out onto Sunnydale, and that the events teams, they may have something planned for the fall, but I would just like to see this for, you know, until the end of 2025. So for those reasons I've spoken to and the letters presented, I am asking the town council to support the motion. And before we open the floor of the council, I know our fire chief, he would like to say a few words, I believe. And also at this time, it's a great chance for us to have an update on the poverty reduction table and how things are progressing.
Okay, well, we're going to stay to the motion here for now, Councillor, but I will look to the chief to add anything to your motion.
Sure. Thank you to Councillor Ego and through your worship. I'd also like to give kudos to Pastor Clayton in the Clearview Church. Back in the winter when we were looking for our winter warming center or overnight warming center, the Clearview Community Church also put up their hand, and I think council should be aware of that, to host us. However, because they weren't on the public transportation route, it wasn't a viable option for this year. However, with this initiative, it does align nicely with some of the feedback that was collected last year during the Poverty Reduction Roundtable. We know that access to public transportation and affordable clothing can be a challenge for some of our members of the community, and we see this trial as an opportunity to expand accessibility to some of these essential services for our community members who may benefit most from it. So I thank you for bringing it forward.
All right, thank you very much, Chief. Questions or comments from members of council? Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Ego, that's amazing. Thank you for bringing that forward. You've got my 100% full support on that, 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. Councillor Timms?
Thank you. And I do have a question. I thought I heard weekly and then monthly in your initial explanation. Are we voting for a weekly shuttle or monthly? And am I through you, your worship? I have some confusion over the request.
So I believe the request is for once per month on a trial basis until December 31st. Mm-hmm. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yes, through you, your worship. I'd also like to clarify, I did hear in Councillor Ego's speaking notes that you'd like to try it for 2025 as a pilot project, and I was wondering if it would be okay to add that to the motion. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's thank you, Madam Clerk, for clarifying that. So this would be a pilot project, us providing a bus from 4 to 6, once per month from the food bank to the Clearview Community Church. First Thursday of every month, okay. Other questions or comments? Nothing? Okay, Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Worship, through you. Do we have any idea of what the cost would be to provide this service, should this go through? That's my first question.
Through your worship to Deputy Mayor Snell, for 3 hours, it'll be less than $300, $300 to $400. I think our operating contract. First, we have to engage, obviously, Landmark and secure a third bus to make the specific trip because we can't deviate the existing routes. So provided they can get a driver, it will be the bus and a driver for probably 3 to 4 hours by the time they get back to the shop. So that's $55, $60 an hour plus fuel, so it's not a significant cost. It would be $300, I would estimate, per trip, per month. We do have, just if I may, we do have some flexibility in our operating budget in terms of hours that we could draw from that wouldn't severely impact. Our operating budget for Landmark is probably $500,000 a year. So, you know, $1,500, $1,800 isn't going to be a major impact to our finances. And then just one last comment. I always keep beyond arm reach, sorry, Your Worship. One last comment. In terms of the transit system in its entirety, just for council's awareness, we have recently engaged left turn, right turn to move forward with our transit master plan. So that will look at, among other things, route optimization, route expansion, additions, different models of service, which will include, obviously, expansion to unserviced areas, whether it be in the east, the west, or to Sunnydale Trails, and they will compile a number of recommendations for us in the coming months. We'll bring that forward. There'll be considerable consultation with the public in terms of what some of their challenges are and what some of our opportunities are. So that will be a public process. We'll bring that forward, and then following that, it will align nicely into our budget deliberations later this fall, and in terms of how and when to best deploy a third route, if it is a third route. And so just I wanted to provide that brief update for council as well, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I'll now supplementary, Deputy Mayor Snell.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And thank you for that context, because I think it's difficult to make a decision fulsomely without knowing what the financial implications are going to be, while still a small amount, not a massive amount. You know, this council has been very generous, I feel, and responsible in supporting folks. You know, we've doubled our contribution to the food bank, and we've also bought the mats, you know, to support the warming center. So while I'm, you know, not adverse to the motion, I'm just a little bit hesitant in that, you know, through Your Worship to Councillor Ego, are you aware if there's been any, you know, data collecting in terms of need and consistent need from the food bank of recipients there that would be interested in this service? Because I would hate for tax dollars to be invested. As we know, we've spent our casino money, so this can't come from casino money. But I would just hate to make this commitment financially and have one or two people on the bus, or nobody on the bus, and the driver just sitting there not serving. So that's my hesitation. Thank you.
I would say the answer to that is if this is a pilot project, I guess I would want to make sure that the driver or somebody was tracking how many people are using this service, and on a monthly basis, the day after, kind of get a report back to staff that they can bring back to council. And being a pilot project, if it's well used, great. If it isn't, then it's a pilot. We could discontinue it at any time. But I have no issue supporting it as a pilot, but I think we want to monitor it very closely. And I guess, well, I'll get to my questions once everyone else has had theirs. Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, through the mayor. I support this because, as you know, with everything going on in the world, those people that are experiencing financial situations and poverty, it's not going to get any better in the short term. It's likely going to get worse. And but what I would ask that as we consider some structure, so in other words, we don't want necessarily people showing up at the food bank at any given time during that period and expecting a ride out there. There probably should be, you know, one or two trips out and one or two trips back at a certain time, and that's posted, and that they know if they came a half hour late and they think the bus is going to keep running back and forth 10 times, I don't think that's sufficient. So I would just ask that maybe you consider some structure to that.
So this is a notice of motion. This is going to come back to us.
Sorry.
So this is under notices of motion.
So We are going to separate that out moving forward. We do have notices of motion/motion, so moving forward, we will have a section that states that it's a motion where notice has been provided for clarity, and I apologize for that. So this is debated today.
Okay. Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, after hearing the cost, I was wondering if once a month is enough. I mean, if a child needs a pair of shoes, it's a long time to wait a month to get a fitting pair of shoes. And I have been at the food bank and seen situations where husbands and wives are sharing one pair of boots. So just a thought, Your Worship. I don't know if it's can be amended, or if the rest of council would amend that. I'm not sure this motion has been seconded yet, has it?
Thank you. I mean, we could amend it, I guess. I mean, it's on the floor. What are you thinking, twice a month? I guess here's my point would be that this service is available every Thursday, whether we have a bus or not. So if someone desperately needed something, they simply have to try and find a way to get there. And I'm sure if it was that desperate, the food bank, someone would, I mean, we could put a number there, make a call. We'd get someone out there if they needed it. You know, I think what we're going to find, I think we're going to be probably surprised how few people do use the service, quite frankly, that's fine. If it helps one person, it's, in my opinion, it's probably worth it. And I think if we offer it more than once a month, I think we'll even find less people using it each time. So again, it is a pilot. And if we find that this is a service that is used a great deal, we can always then come back and increase it if we felt that was necessary. I would just hate for us to start spending that money, spending more money until we have some idea, you know, of a couple of months as to how well it's being utilized. And no doubt the first month it'll probably be very utilized, right? And then after that, you'll probably see it start to dwindle and there'll be ebbs and flows. But it's an excellent point, though, Councillor. I mean, it's going to be, this is a tough one because, you know, we want to be responsible, we want to help. But to Councillor Belanger's point, structure is going to be important because I think if not, people will show up, you know, 1 minute to 4 and want to ride out, and then the bus has got to wait to bring them back. So now the bus is there, if they're in there an hour or whatever, till 5 and not back till, and it's 6, and so those costs become higher, and it's out of our control. So I think we have to set some structure, as Councillor Belanger says, that, you know, it's from 4 to 6, but the last bus leaves at, you know, 3:30. If you're not here by 3:30, then you got to wait till next week, those types of things. So I think it's well worth looking at. I think we've just got to monitor it very closely. And I guess what who will monitor that? Have we, anyone want to speak to that? Kevin?
We can work with the transit operator, certainly, to monitor ridership statistics. We'll have that information available, and we'll ensure that they track that to and from, if that's helpful.
Okay, great. And so will we do up then a list of rules and regulations then that we give to the drivers? So is that, and we post at the food bank, so is that people can be clear what those rules and regulations are? I mean, I have no problem leaving this with staff, and confident staff will do a good thing and make it happen, but is that something that we can do? Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. We'll definitely work with the Communication Division and ensure that it's communicated when it's going to be offered, the times. So that'll be very fine.
Okay, great. Anything further, Councillor Timms? No? All right. We'll go to Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to add on what Councillor Timms was saying. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this or not, but if they do miss that Thursday once a month, there are other ministries that offer clothing. So I know the ministry next to Dairy Queen, it's every Monday night. They offer clothing from 4, I believe, till 6, and a meal every Monday night. So if they miss the Thursday, they can go there, and I've donated lots of clothing there. And people go, and like there's full dinners, like chicken, you name it, they have, and I think it's wonderful that they offer that. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Eagle.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, so you've addressed a couple of things here. So yes, in the motion, I do have from 4 to 6 p.m., and I passed that through the 2 ministers, and they thought that a fine time, enough time. You leave there at 4 o'clock, half an hour to get there. It gives you an hour shopping, half an hour to get back. So 2-3 hours, ZAP, and just once a month, I think is fine. And so, just so...
Sorry, Councillor, so what you just said, you get there, you leave the food bank at 4 o'clock, it takes you a half hour to get there, you have an hour, and then you come back. Well, then when we look at costs, then that's what we need to know, because I think Kevin is saying, based on that bus being available from 2 to 4, the time it gets the driver to get to the food bank, and then the time to get back to their depot afterwards is 3 hours. If we're going to do this from 2 to 4, they're going to leave their depot probably at 1 or 1:30. They're going to get to the depot. If they're leaving again at 4 and they're not getting people back then to 5:30, they're not getting back to their depot to 6. So those costs will be very different. And that's exactly, I think, why we're saying we've got to have, it's like last call. Last call for your bus ride is 3:30, say. Because otherwise we'll have people get there at 2 minutes to 4 and want to go out, and then they're not back. The bus isn't back till 6:30. And I don't know, do we have a time frame on how long? I mean, I love my wife dearly, but boy, when she's looking for a specific shirt, she can spend a long time. I think I've had birthdays while she's been in the store sometimes. So we just got to make sure that we have some clear and concise rules, as Councillor Belanger said. But I'm comfortable staff will handle that and deal with that. Okay, anything further, Councillor Eagle?
Sorry, so as you were saying about the white church here, that is called the Wasaga Community Church, so I'll just read this very briefly then. And this is the pastor's letter that she said supporting. I believe this initiative that Faye is proposing will be an incredible blessing for our town. Over the past year, we have seen many dedicated volunteers generously offer their time to drive individuals, couples, and families to the clothing depot. In some cases, we've even relied on the food bag van to help transport those in need. I can think of at least 15 community members who required clothing but were unable to access it due to the location not being on a bus route. Our numbers can continue to grow each week at the Monday night community meal, and we are preparing to serve 85 people this Easter Monday. It would be such a joy to announce the town of Wasaga Beach is now offering this service, especially with the change in seasons and the increased need for new clothing and footwear. Thank you for considering the positive impact this will have on our community. So yes, they would definitely be there to step up for emergencies. I have absolutely no doubt.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor, any other questions or comments? All right, you've all heard the question. It's been read out. It's been moved by Councillor Eagle, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? Carries unanimously. All right, moving on to item number 17, which is closed session. The recommended motion
Sorry,
is
Your
that...
Worship. I've been notified that Councillor DeLeo would like to provide a notice of motion.
I see it in handwriting at the top. Thank you. All right, you have a notice of motion. This is a notice of motion, not a motion, correct? All right, notice of motion. Councillor DeLeo, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a very picky subject for me, so it's regarding the mayor's powers motion. It's a motion I'd like to bring forward. So when it first got introduced months ago by the provincial government, it struck an accord for me. So I will be bringing a notice of motion forward on the May 29th council meeting regarding strong mayor powers. So I'm saying this because I want the public to hear what I have to say on this. The Ontario government has proposed expanding the strong mayor powers to 169 additional municipalities, which includes Wasaga Beach, under the proposed legislation, which would grant mayors in these municipalities more authority, particularly concerning the control of municipal budgets and planning decisions. I firmly believe that the strong mayor powers undermines the value of collaboration between the mayor, councillors, and staff. Increasing the powers of the mayor to push forward provincial priorities will eliminate shared decision-making, create divisiveness at the council table, and blur the lines between administrative and political roles. This proposal raises significant concerns regarding the centralization of power, reduced accountability, and diminishes the role of elected municipal councillors in representing the diverse interests of our community. I believe this would result in an erosion of the democratic process at the municipal level, especially in a small town. I believe there will be negative impacts on public trust, democratic participation, and municipal decision-making processes if mayors are given the ability to bypass council decisions without adequate consultation or oversight. We on council don't always agree unanimously on all matters, but we work as a cohesive unit, firmly focused on the goals of advancing and encouraging growth and making our community a wonderful place in which to live and invest. Each member of council brings their own set of skills, knowledge, values, and perspectives to achieve these goals, and we have worked extremely well together. Since we were sworn in, our council has been collectively focused on advancing provincial priorities by delivering much-needed housing, building infrastructure that supports community growth, and the construction of new homes, including housing-enabling infrastructure such as water and wastewater. Now, I'm just going to read quickly some of the municipalities that have opposed these powers. So we have Town of Petawawa, Zora, Parry Sound, Plymington, Wyoming, South Heron, Tecumseh, Elmer, Blue Water, Deep River, North Middlesex, Cobalt, Saugeen Shores, Stratford, Tillisburg, Rideau Lakes, Amherstburg, Severn, Port Perth, Springwater, Goderich, Owen Sound, Meaford, Blue Mountain, Newmarket, Norfolk, North Huron, and Timmins, and I'm sure there's going to be more to come. So, Mr. Mayor, I respect and appreciate that you indicated a couple of times that you would not use these powers. Therefore, on my motion, I'd like to request we submit a letter to the province regarding the town's opposition to strong mayor's legislation as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we've received that notice of motion. That'll come back to council at a later date. Okay, thank you very much. And we now move on then to item number 17, which is closed session. So I'm going to take us into closed session now, and then I'm going to recess in closed session right away for lunch, and then we'll come back into closed session. All right, so we do have a recommended motion that pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the next portion of the May 15, 2025 council meeting will move into closed session to consider the following matters: proposed disposition acquisition of lands, security of the corporation, proposed disposition acquisition of lands, and committee appointments. Could I move in a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Ego. All in favor? That carries unanimously. We'll now go into closed session, and then we will recess for lunch. You go.
We're live, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and welcome back, everybody. It's been a long day, but we're almost there. We do have a rise and report, and I'll look to our clerk for that. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Council entered closed session on May 15th at approximately 1:30 p.m. to discuss the following items. 17.3.1, proposed disposition, acquisition of lands in accordance with Section 239(2)C of the Act. 17.3.2, security of the corporation in accordance with Section 239(2)A and B of the Municipal Act. Item 17.3.3, proposed disposition, acquisition of lands in accordance with Section 239(2) of the Act. As a result of those discussions, staff direction was provided. Council also discussed item 17.3.4, committee appointments in accordance with Section 239(2)B of the Act. As a result of that discussion, the following motion is before Council for consideration. That Kelly Kramer be appointed to the Economic Development and Tourism Advisory Committee to represent the local business associations, and that Kim Hayter and Kim Bellier to be appointed to the Economic Development and Tourism Committee as members at large from the general business community. If I can get a mover and a seconder, Your Worship.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Could I have a mover and a seconder for that motion? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That carries unanimously. All done? All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on now to item number 19, which is bylaws, and we have a recommended motion that the following bylaws be received and have been deemed to have been read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. 19-1 2025-15A bylaw to set tax rates and levy taxes for the year of 2025. 19.2 2025-16, a bylaw to appoint municipal law enforcement officers for the town of Wasaga Beach. 19.3 2025-17, a bylaw to establish a system of administrative monetary penalties parking. And 19.4 2025-18, a bylaw to establish a system of administrative penalties non-parking. And 19.5 2025-19, the confirmatory bylaw. Could I have a mover and a seconder on this, please? Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor Ego. Questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you very much, everybody, and this meeting is adjourned.